I'm a professor of law and globalization in the law school here, and we are really delighted to host the Peace and Justice Project that Jeremy and Laura are so brilliantly running. I think it's a really important role that universities can play in advancing a radical, important, progressive projects. We don't do enough of it, unfortunately. So I'm really proud that Queen Mary is hosting today's conference. I'm the director of the International State Crime Initiative, and a lot of what we do in relation to genocide in Myanmar, genocide in Palestine, has great synergies with the work of the Peace and Justice Project. We also house another wonderful centre in the law school at Queen Mary, and that's the Centre for Climate Crime and Climate Justice. And later, Professor David White will be speaking to you all on I think it's partly about West Papua, but looking at the relationship between genocide and climate destruction and ecocide. So we have centres that are working very closely on projects that the Peace and Justice Project itself is trying to take forward. So I'm hugely pleased to welcome you all to Queen Mary. Queen Mary has a long radical tradition. It's a very progressive university historically, and a lot of the work that's done at Queen Mary is we like to think disruptive of traditional intellectual developments. So we think that we are a very appropriate site for a conference, a wonderful conference of this nature. The program is very full. You've got some wonderful speakers. I'm not going to say very much at all, but I'm hugely delighted to introduce my very dear friend and comrade, Lubna Masawa. Lubna is the Bureau Chief of Middle East Eye, based in Jerusalem. She's a Palestinian who's been reporting on the genocide for the past almost 12 months. And most of our information, or a great deal of the important information that comes out of the genocide is coming through Lubna's desk in Jerusalem. And it was a last minute decision to include her in the program because she happened to come by the dinner last night, and Jeremy and Laura grabbed her. So we're really fortunate to have Lubna. She's going to say a few words about the genocide and about what's happening to Palestinians, not only in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Israel 48. So welcome. Thank you all very, very much for coming. I wish you every success today. It's a wonderful conference, a wonderful program, and please enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much.
So, as Penny said, I was grabbed to this conference, and I thought it's a very, I'm very delighted, and it's an opportunity for me to meet you and to see the faces of the people in London who are protesting and standing with Palestine, and to thank you for this and to tell you that this is matter a lot for the Palestinian cause. And this is giving us a lot of support. We passing the photos from the protests from North Gaza to Rafah, to Ramallah, to Nablus, to Haifa, and we are proud, and we feel that your action are supporting our cause and give us a lot of strength, and we feel that we are matter. We feel that this is pushing the wheel toward a better, liberated humanity for all people. So I want you to recognize that, and I want you to acknowledge this. And I want you, even though the situation now is very hard, I want you to keep doing what you are doing. And I'm thanking you in behalf of Palestine, of our people all around. And it's important for me that you recognize this. Yesterday, Jeremy, my friend, who I seen last time in 2012 in SOAS University, and I always proudly say I hosted Jeremy in Palestine in his first trip in 2009 take him around. He asked me if there is hope. And I was a bit silent about it. It's like asking me about peace a little bit in these days. But I said, I'm not sure if it's hope, but it's a trust. I trust that what we are doing in the struggle as a Palestinian people and what you are doing out there in the streets will make difference one day. And I told him it's like an olive tree seed. It's taken 70 years to grow, and we put it in the land, and maybe another generations will see it growing. And I trust that our struggle will make a difference, and your struggle and your activism will make a difference for us in the future. It's almost a year for a genocide, and this genocide is very significant. It's the most documented genocide, I think, in our history. And unfortunately, it was normalized. And this is what pushes Israel to cross red lines, more red lines in the West Bank. And this normalization of the genocide is very dangerous, not only for Palestinians, it's becoming a policy. It's becoming a policy that can be taken against social working class communities. And this is probably will shape the humanity, will shape the future of humanity and the world, when you can be murdered and into a huge, scary scale for 12 months, and Western governments are not taking an action to stop it. I think our role is huge. It's to save the world from this shift that we are facing in the world. I never witnessed such a thing. I've been covering this genocide for this almost a year. I've been seeing bodies, pieces of children, of women. I have to watch this material every morning to decide what we publish out of it. I saw mothers grieving near Nasser Hospital, trying to recognize the bodies of their children who were missing months ago. One of them said, I can know him from the shoes he had that day. Another one said, I can recognize him from his teeth. It's a very horrible situation. It's a very horrible situation, and we have to keep acting, protesting, talking, shouting, and not to lose our trust that will make a difference. The situation have been, I would say Israel went mad. And we see the situation now in the West Bank. And also among Palestinians inside Israel who are facing a massive arrests and abuse and crazy racist laws against them. I don't have much to add to this. Thank you again for all the support. Thank you for all the work you are doing. And before I left this dinner, I told Jeremy, you know, you are my hope. You are our hope. It's possible. Thank you for you. Thank you.
That's going to be a little bit hard to follow. Good morning, everyone.
Just speak a bit closer.
Okay. Can you hear me like this? Is it okay? Morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Well, thank you very much to Jeremy, Laura, for having me today at this exciting event. My name is Baker Kandakji, and I work for the ITF, a global trade union federation representing 16.5 million transport workers. And we fight passionately around the world to improve working lives, connecting nearly 700 affiliated unions from 150 countries around the world. And we know that Jeremy is one of the strongest supporters of workers' rights and trade unions. And when the Peace and Justice Project came up, it was too much of a good opportunity to miss. Since the PJP was created, the ITF has been proud to be a strategic partner. The PJP brings people together for social and economic justice, peace and human rights in Britain and across the world. And this is exactly what we aim to achieve in the ITF, and this has never been more important or needed than where we are today. Our cooperation has been more than just words. We have delivered results and continue to use the expertise and knowledge and the profile of both organizations to deliver the results. We have been working together on human trafficking, for example, in the transport supply chain to highlight the issues faced by migrant workers and refugees. We looked at alternative economic models for the global south and bringing together knowledge and experience from across the globe. For example, we just held a successful parliamentary event in South Africa with NUMSA. We also have been promoting unionization in unorganized workplaces to end poverty and tackle the cost of living crisis. Last year, the PJP hosted a panel discussion on organizing Amazon workers, and our own General Secretary was part of that discussion as well. We have been pushing to shape government policy through political and union rights. And earlier this year, our joint work together delivered a memorandum of understanding with the Mexican Ministry of Transport, which will deliver strong, independent trade union movement in transportation. At the same time, the ITF has also been able to bring more women and young transport workers into our unions and structures in Mexico and in other places around the world, including the gig economy, workers in the gig economy, which I will talk a little bit more about later during the day. And through this relationship as well, we are now proud members of Progressive International. A shout out to my friend Varsha here. Very nice to see you again. I've also had the pleasure to work closely with Jeremy last year, where we had him as a keynote speaker during our global youth conference in India. Clearly because he fits within the age criteria, first of all. But he was there to inspire our young transport workers. He was there to address them about the history, about the experience and knowledge that he brings to the movement and why they need to be active members of the trade union movement. After the conference, Jeremy was able to be a moderator for an intergenerational panel, which included our young members, but also leaders from within our own executive board. And they were able to hear some of the challenges that our young transport workers have put forward to them as leaders that they need their support on. So it was a fantastic panel, and it was the first time that the leadership of the ITF were involved in their highest meeting of authority and listened to those challenges. And this is what Jeremy continues to bring to us. He empowers our young generation. He gives us history, experience, and how we can change the future and improve that as we move forward. And finally, on a personal level, not in my capacity as an ITF official, as a person who comes from a very unstable part of the world, as a Palestinian myself, who is not allowed to go into Palestine because I don't have the right documents to go into Palestine. Thank you, Lubna, for expressing the situation. We feel our hearts burn every day, every hour. And we know that there are people like Jeremy out there who are fighting relentlessly. We know that there are people like you in the room here who are raising their voices to support the people in Palestine. My message to all of you, first after the massive appreciation and gratefulness, basically, because your voices can go further to where we come from, we need this to continue. This cannot be normalized, as Lubna just said. Your voices will make a difference around the world. Jeremy's efforts in the past weeks, months, and years makes a massive effort. Where I come from, they might not know what the ITF is. They might not know what PJP is, but they certainly know Jeremy Corbyn. And when they heard that I was invited, and when they heard that I was invited to speak at Jeremy Corbyn's event, my family was ecstatic and very proud. So thank you very much for having me here. I look forward to speaking and engaging with you. Have a fantastic conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Corbyn. We're determined to try and keep this conference running roughly to time, so that gives me 6.5 minutes to do the welcomes and opening speech now. So if I start going over 10:45, will somebody shout at me, please? Probably you, yeah. Thank you all very, very much for coming today. And a huge thank you to Queen Mary University, who've been incredibly helpful and supportive in arranging the facilities and everything here that seems to be running extremely well. So a big thank you to them. Big thank you to all of our team who work in the PJP office in Finsbury Park for the effort they put in. Laura, who's our international organizer, has obviously spearheaded the arrangements of this conference. So I think we owe all of our team at the PJP a big round of thanks. And also, thank you to the other organizations that have been so helpful in supporting this. The Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, who've given us a lot of help and support, and I'll come on to one of their initiatives a little bit later on and what I want to say. So I thank them for the help and support they've given us and the way in which they work in trying to mobilize people internationally. Huge thank you to the International Transport Workers Federation. You just heard from Becca on the work that she's doing and the International Transport Workers Federation are doing. But a huge thank you to General Secretary Steve Cotton and Rob Johnson, who's here today, for the support they've given and the way that we've been able to work with them on promoting trade union membership, particularly in Latin America and other places, and trying to arrange agreements with the new range of leftist governments across Latin America to give that facility to organize trade union membership for the future in the gig economy and all the other areas, particularly of transport. So big thank you to the ITF for everything that they do. And I was very honored to be invited to chair the youth panel at the ITF conference in Mumbai, and I showed no bias against any young person whatsoever. They were all younger than me on the panel. But it was an amazing experience listening to, for example, a woman train driver from Botswana exchanging work experience ideas with a train driver from Scotland on relative issues, safety and work and so on. At one level, their interests could not have been more different. What they were doing, what the technology they had, and so on. But at another level, they were both workers demanding decency, demanding respect, and demanding decent wages. That's what trade union unity has to be about globally and internationally. So I want to say a big thank you to all of them and the other groups that have supported us, the environmental groups, and so many others. The Peace and Justice Project was set up in order to provide a political home for the politically homeless after the 2019 election. We have a very large number of people who are supporters on our mailing list and donate into the project, which sustains us, and I thank all of them for it. And if there's a complaint, it is that we try and do too much. I am determined that the PJP should be a force for cultural change, as well as economic change, as well as environmental, as well as international solidarity. And so in the cultural area, through SAM particularly, we've organised Music for the Many concerts all over the country, Music for a Ceasefire, and music to try and retain live music venues. We've had a large number of these concerts all over the country, very, very well attended, and you'll see the advertisement for the one here on Pits and Perverts concert that's taking place in December. We've also produced, many thought it was a completely wacky, bizarre, left field thing to do, a poetry book, Poetry for the Many. I have to say this is the most successful poetry book of all time. Let me explain. No, explain. Please hold it for a second. The book is dedicated to the freedom of Julian Assange. We hadn't even sold out the first edition, and Julian Assange was freed. The book has been accompanied by poetry events with Len McCluskey, myself and others all over the country, Edinburgh Festival and so on. And last month we did a whole series in Ireland, in Galway, in Derry and in Belfast. And we also did one at the the Trestle Festival in Dublin a bit earlier on as well. So the idea behind it is that there's creativity in everybody. And when you hold a poetry event, a different audience comes along. Some come out of interest, some come out of a love of poetry, and some come because they want to read their own poems, which is great. And what it leads to is a very interesting discussion about how the imagination of young people is so often suppressed in our society, and it opens it up. And so my next project is to do poetry from the many. So all the hundreds of poetry books that I get sent by people all over the country, I read them all when they come. Wonderful. I want to produce another book which is giving space to all of those groups and people. Poetry online is great, but it's actually in a book. It works somewhat better. So I want to say thank you for all of that. The other areas in which we've been working are on trade union solidarity, helping and supporting the Bakers Union in their campaign for unionisation of Samworths. Any of you that buy a Tesco sandwich are buying it via Samworths. They're a non-union firm. We are working with the union to make them into a unionised firm. And that is what we want to do for all others. We're supporting those workers, Amazon and others, that are campaigning for trade union rights in the gig economy. Because if the trade union movement doesn't organise what are predominantly young workers, often migrant workers with difficult status issues, then the trade union movement is the weaker for it. We cannot just rely on manufacturing industry and public services. We've got to extend union membership and union understanding into a whole new generation in the gig economy area. And so we do all of that and internationally work on peace and justice issues. Over the past 8 weeks since the new government was elected, I've been forced to vote in Parliament to try and end the two-child benefit cap, which is so horrible for larger families. A family of, for example, a family of 5 children are losing £27,000 a year in benefits they should be entitled to if they're on universal credit to support that child. And also, the removal of the winter fuel allowance is an egregious act of horror towards many desperately poor older people living alone who will be unable to heat their homes this winter. And this is presented as something that's necessary to stabilise the economy and prevent a run on the pound. the same time, the same government proposes to increase defence expenditure to 2.5% of GDP, which will be at least 30 billion a year more. That equates to more or less 700 million pounds per week being spent on increased defence expenditure between now and 2030. And so one of our aims is to unite people internationally and look for peace rather than war. You heard from our two wonderful Palestinian friends this morning the horror of the situation in Gaza and the West Bank, and, if I may say so, the refugee camps as well in Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and the Palestinian diaspora. And so we are fully in support of Palestine Solidarity Campaign, Stop the War Coalition, CND, and all those that are organising these magnificent marches. And the next one is October the 5th.
And Liverpool.
And Liverpool next Saturday, isn't it? I personally will not be in Liverpool next Saturday because I'm going to be elsewhere, but I wish you well. I think Lindsay understands the subtlety of the message. But it's not the only war. The horror of the loss of life in Sudan is massive. Our media do not report it. The massive loss of life in the Congo, a war driven by the demand to get cobalt, coltan, and many, many, many other minerals out of the ground in Congo, sold onto the world market by apparently respectable mining companies via Rwanda. In reality, it's a horror show of mass exploitation of child labour and others, and a militia that's funded from goodness knows where, which is killing a very large number of people. And, of course, there is the war in Yemen, there is the occupation of West Papua, there's so many other conflicts, and there's also the issue of the war in Ukraine, the never-ending war in Ukraine. I was at a conference organised by the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation 2 weeks ago in Berlin, and we put together a statement. We do not support the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We do not believe that invasion is the right thing to do. We think they're wrong on that. We do not want to see a hot war growing between the United States and Russia, or between NATO and Russia, any more than we want any other hot war to grow anywhere else. And so it's very interesting. This morning, the BBC spent about 20 minutes reporting on the Prime Minister's visit to Washington. At no stage did they think about the alternatives to war, the opportunities for peace talks, the opportunities for an interlocutor to come. And when a General Secretary of the UN yesterday basically lost his temper with the Security Council and said, "You're all culpable. You're not looking for peace. All you're doing is looking for war." And so we've made that declaration in support of what others are trying to do to bring about peace through the African Union, the Pope, the UN, and so on. And so we have so much important work to do in those areas, and this conference today will help us to deal with many of those issues. And so our function today is to give some understanding and education to international issues, to give some direction that frames our activities over the next year. And I'm looking forward to possibly a two-day conference next year in which we spend also a day talking about economic and social justice issues and campaigns in this country, of bringing people together to give that strength to a radical alternative voice within our society. I was re-elected to Parliament, and I'm very grateful for all those that came and helped me in the election. And in that campaign, we did not blame people from Bangladesh for causing social problems in Britain. We did not blame refugees for social injustice, housing shortages, underfunding of the National Health Service and everything else. The road to political bankruptcy is blaming minorities for the problems created for the rest of society by inadequate public spending and a march away from the idea of a coherent state that supports every citizen, and instead this Gadarene swine march back into neoliberalism. We provide an alternative place and space and voice for all of that. And I look forward over the next year to working with all of those groups and all of those campaigns, and so that together we're not isolated, we're not alone, we're not disempowered, we're not weak, we're strong, because we can actually bring about real social justice and social change. And sometimes the mass media don't like it, and sometimes they even have a go at the individuals that stand up and speak out. Standing up and speaking out is good for your health. Carry on doing it. Thank you very much. Slightly over time. We're now going to move into the first panel, which goes on until 12:15, is it? It's in here, yes. Jeremy. Yeah, so Artin's going to put microphones on all of us now. And just to remind you, I'll shout this bit till the microphone comes. At lunchtime, we are launching this book, The Monstrous Anger of the Guns, which comes from the Wilfred Owen poem, The First World War. And it's a beautiful line. This was about soldiers dying in the trenches. What passing bells for those who die as cattle? Only the monstrous anger of the guns. By the book.
Then there's the man in black. Men in black.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Short speeches, then conversation, then questions. Oh, great. We can just use that. Okay, guys. I'm getting a microphone coming, but I've got a loud voice, so we'll be all right to start. This is the first panel, which is entitled The Arms, War and Peace, and this is prelude to the launch of the book on the arms trade. All of the people on the panel are contributors to this book, and the idea is that we take it around the country as a discussion point about arms conversion, not attacking those that work in the arms industry, but providing other investments and other things for them to do. And so that is going to be an important part of it. And I do appeal to all of you to think about, if you want to hold a local event and local discussion about it, please get in touch and we'd be happy to oblige along with the publishers. And we can't guarantee all of the authors to every event, obviously, but we can get 2 or 3 of us along to most of them. And so the panel I've got here is my good friend Andrew Feinstein, who is former South African MP who exposed arms trade corruption in South Africa and paid a political price. I know that feeling. But Andrew is completely undaunted and unbothered by all of that and carries on with his work and campaigning. through his Shadow World Investigation Organization. Vijay Prashad, sitting next to him, who is a global figure in radical and left movements, but in particular International Solidarity Organization. I'm never entirely sure where he lives, so I've concluded he lives in an airport transit lounge somewhere, because he always rings me from the most obscure places, and the signal goes off. And then Lindsay German, who was a fantastic campaigner over many, many years, and with me and others helped to found the Stop the War Coalition in 2001, not 2003. And so she'll be speaking as well. So can we start with Vijay? Speak there.
Just need a little bit of your table.
Well, we'll swap chairs then. So we're all in order here. Musical chairs indeed. So Binal Lakshmi is speaking as well, and she's one of the contributors to the Monstrous Anger of the Guns. I didn't see you come in, actually. You were behind me. It was pantomime season. Come early. Look behind you. And she'll also be speaking. So I'm asking each of them to speak within 10 minutes if they can, then discussion and questions. The main thing is for us all to be better informed and better educated when we go away from here at the end of the day. So if I could start with you, Vijay, is that okay?
Hello?
Go on.
Yes, Prime Minister. Yes, Prime Minister. I'm really happy to be here, and thanks to Jeremy and Laura and others for inviting me here to the Peace and Justice Project conference. It's a great pleasure to see you. It's really a horrible subject to start the day with. It's unusual in this country that once walked so boldly on my country to find good weather. And it was sunny yesterday when I arrived and sunny today, so I don't know what you're doing in here, but happy to see you anyway. It won't last, but well, that's why you came looking for India. Some miserable weather that made the British colonizers. It had to have been, couldn't have been anything other than that. Well, one of the great misfortunes of my life was when my editor in Chennai said to me, you know, we should send somebody to go and cover the war in Iraq. And, you know, there's no Indian journalist on the ground there and you're crazy, so why don't you go? It was a really interesting experience. The first time I've been in a US war zone. I've been in war zones before, but there's something qualitatively different about a US war zone. The United States doesn't just attack a country. It attacks the society. It destroys everything. They bomb everything. They bomb everything. Hospitals, power plants, schools. I mean, we are annoyed and we are dismayed and we are angry at the Israelis. But they are the B team in genocide. They are the B team. They are a pathetic little military that is bombing and destroying a people largely unarmed. The United States is the A team. And it's striking that we don't call what the US did in Iraq genocide. They used depleted uranium in Fallujah and Ramadi, children born today with defects of all kinds, great problems, born with one hand, born with brains partly developed, organs outside the body. The United States is the A team of genocide. What they did in Afghanistan was genocidal, bombing entire villages. The fact is, in most of these places, very hard to be a reporter and to cover this damaging form of war. And also, reporters don't really know how to cover this qualitative difference. Let me give you an example, or two examples. You know, at the end of the day, at the end of a day of bombing, because bombing really takes place at night. So in the morning, when you compile the data, you say 10 people killed last night, 15 people killed. That doesn't really tell the story, my friends. The number of deaths doesn't tell the story. 40,000 people killed in Gaza doesn't even begin to tell the story. Because what we don't know how to cover in a newspaper is the other aspect of what the monstrous anger of the guns does. What the monstrous anger does is it creates two other forms of violence that are deeply neurological, that you can't really survive a war. Nobody survives the war. There are not 40,000 dead in Gaza. There are 2 million people damaged by the occupation and the war. It's not just the death. And why are they damaged? I'm going to give you just two examples. I don't have time to go through the litany, but the litany is important. I didn't write about it in this book, but some point when I get the courage and I don't have a nightmare, I want to write the litany. But here are the two aspects. One, we don't talk about the noise. War is noisy. I had never heard the sound of American bombs. The noise they make is extraordinary. It's nothing that you've heard in your life before. Most people think, oh my God, it's noisy in London now, too many Bangladeshis and so on, so noisy, people walking down the street. Why aren't they speaking English? Things like that, so noisy. You haven't heard the sound of a BAE Systems bomb. That's a British bomb. That falls in Iraq. That shakes the earth. Children in the West, when their children are going to sleep, parents in the West, when their children are going to sleep, parents say, we must be quiet. We have to sing a lullaby to my child. Put the lights down. We've got to soothe them. Give them a bath. Read them a book. Sing them a lullaby. Silence everybody. My child is going to sleep. Children in Iraq, for years and years and years, because the bombing was at night, heard that noise. That God-forsaken noise. We don't talk about the anger of the bombs. The bombs are angry. They make a lot of noise. The other aspect of war, which we don't talk about, is the dust. It's really difficult to catalog for people what the dust is like. We make modern buildings, and you may think Iraq is a series or something. It's not really a series of villages. It's modern civilization. Gaza was a series of cities. There were malls in Gaza. Hotels, hospitals, schools, major buildings. Major buildings, modern buildings, are made of toxic material. They're made of all kinds of glues and polymers and God knows what all. Asbestos. When you drop a bomb on a building like that, the dust that is created is entirely a chemical weapon. The dust is the chemical weapon. We have a convention against the use of chemical weapons. But you drop dynamite, you drop an explosive substance on top of a chemical pile. You create a chemical weapon. An entire people breathing in the worst toxic materials. Lung damage for generations, not just for the generation that breathes it in first. The noise, the dust, aspects of the war we never consider. We don't think about it. The toxic substances leach into the soil. I was in Vietnam walking along the so-called Ho Chi Minh Trail. People there said, look at that land. Beautiful, looks lush, green land. We can't eat from that land for 6 or 7 generations. Why? Because the United States dropped Agent Orange on it. The land is poisoned for 6 or 7 generations. They will not be able to eat from that land and remain alive. War is ugly, but it's qualitative. There are different kinds of wars. The United States uses weapons and conducts bombing at an unimaginable level. I have never seen a war zone like the detritus that the US bombs leave behind, or that British bombs leave behind alongside the United States. And now we got to understand that war doesn't just come from these bombs. The monstrous anger of the guns comes through sanctions. The criminal blockade of Cuba 70 years, criminal blockade. The Washington Post says 70% of developing countries are sanctioned by the United States government. That's a form of economic war. People are starving. They can't get medicines as a consequence of this form of war that the United States is prosecuting. And then there is diplomatic militarism. That's what I write about in this book. No longer are diplomats merely peacemakers. They are arms dealers. This is what Jeremy in the forward calls the market of death. Diplomats go to countries, including your diplomats, regardless of who the prime minister is. And by the way, I really sometimes wonder how you colonized India. The absolute mediocrities that you have had as prime minister for generation upon generation upon generation. What is wrong with our ancestors, Bina? What is wrong with them? How did they surrender to these people? How did they surrender to Liz Truss? How is that even imaginable? Keir Starmer, how is it imaginable that these lords and ladies were able to impress our people centuries ago?
What about Sinatra? Then what happened?
Why did we send these people here? Why didn't we send better people to England? We have this long-term project of colonizing Britain. But we're colonizing Britain with all the wrong people. Suella Braverman, Rishi Sunak. Why don't we send a communist here? What is going on? My friends, you are needed because actually this country isn't as third rate as you start to imagine. It's one of the leading arms producers. BAE Systems is a very dangerous company. It is not a company that produces jobs. It produces death. And it produces budgetary choices. For instance, in South Africa, where people had to buy planes and pay bribes rather than solve the electricity crisis. That's what BAE Systems does. We are not here to talk about this or that US-based arms company. We really want you to put that great shoulder to the wheel and get rid of something like BAE Systems. And the last thing I want to say is 2 days ago, a very great friend of mine, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, Sitaram Yechuri, died at the age of 72. He was a great friend of the British working class, came to England many times, spoke in London many times. He was a tremendous student leader. He was a great champion of the people oppressed in India. He was a great leader of the working class movement. And I just want to take a minute, if possible, for us to remember a comrade, a friend, a deep internationalist, Sitaram Yechuri.
Thank you, Vijay, and we certainly do remember his work and his leadership and his skill at uniting people across India. And with the recent election results in India, I have a greater sense of hope than I had before of what's going on in India. No small part to the work that you and so many others have done. I'd like now to invite Bina to speak to us, and I urge you to read the section of The Monstrous Anger of Guns, which talks about arming people in the land of Gandhi, and she draws attention to the history of India, the independence movement, and the peaceful intentions on it, with the now rearmament issues and the way in which India and Pakistan have both become nuclear powers, and the dangers that that presents, obviously, to everybody else, but also to the people there. So thank you so much for coming along today, and thank you for all the work you do. I look forward to hearing you now.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and I greet to you in my indigenous language, Manipuri, Mayambu, Taramna, Okcheri. It means I pay my obeisance to each and every one of you present here to be here with us, and thankful. We are all Jeremy Corbyn's minions, aren't we? I always distrust icons. Don't just leave it to him. Yes, the world cannot be just Jeremy Corbyn. We all have to do our bits, Jeremy, right?
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes, now you feel less burdened.
The burdens are dropping.
Yes, and to you, Vijay, you talk about United States bombing the world, but India bombed India's northeast in 1964 on the Mizo people. They bombed own Indian citizens. And last week, in my home state of Manipur, armed drones used for the first time on villages in my part of the world. Today, you all heard about Palestine. You heard about what's happening in the Middle East. And our heart bleeds for what's happening there. I've never been in that region, but we know wars. Many of you, how many of you practice yoga? Whole world practices yoga. But there is no peace in the land of the birth of the yoga. No peace at all. And the reason is manifold. And I wanted to bring home the point, as we wrote in the book, when you read my chapter on military-industrial complex in the land of Gandhi. Gandhi must be turning in his grave. Again, I don't give all the credit in the world to Gandhi or Martin Luther King, any quote that we do. There are brilliant people out there whom we are, and I work a lot with indigenous communities. But for me, in the next 7 minutes that I have, or 6 minutes, I'll just draw your attention to 3 points. First, I started with the recognition of what's happening in the Middle East. But do you know that there are 107 other conflicts in the world which your newspapers don't report, which you do not hear about it? The land where I come from, Manipur, is one of them. It's translated land of jewels. It's a 2,000-year-old Asiatic nation state like Bhutan and Nepal, which India took over in 1949 and forced our leader to sign an agreement under duress, which constitutional experts call it null and void. 1949. We even had our own written constitution, but we were merged with it. It's like a forced marriage, forced marriages. And if you really love us and want to marry us by force, then treat us with respect. No. India then imposed in 1958 a martial law. So do you know that the world's largest democracy has imposed a martial law on 45 million of its citizens in India's northeast? This is the area which is just below China, next to Burma, near Bangladesh. We share 88% of our borders with 5 countries, home to 272 million indigenous people speaking 400 different languages. But you will not hear anything about it, because the history of India does not include the history of 45 million people, even after 78 years of its independence from you, the Britishers. Till now, they don't include. So this is a part of India where there is an ongoing war. So for me, my chapter started not with that I found a research topic. I grew up seeing my own niece who died in the bombing in Manipur. I have seen my parents nearly being shot dead. And I am myself a survivor of many of this conflict. You talk about genocide around the world. There is an active genocide going on. 50,000 have been killed in India's northeast. Currently, 1,500 cases of extrajudicial execution in the Supreme Court of India. Now, conflict is there, but for us, it's about solutions. I will not be as angry as how Vijay was. For us, all my life, what we try to do in that part of the world is to try to find solutions. And for me, I started researching guns, not because I'm a gun owner. I don't own guns. I have been non-violent at heart, and I will die a non-violent person. But I saw 58 types of weapons in my research, 58 types of weapons from 13 countries flooding Manipur and India's northeast. I tracked all of that. This is also, and I realized a connection between gun running, narco trafficking, and human trafficking. particularly women trafficking. So these are the transnational criminal networks which are playing havoc in our border regions, particularly where your journalists don't report. So at the moment, everybody have heard this. So that's one thing. The other thing that we realized, so we mapped that out in my former university, JNU, to try to find out how these weapons are coming. The other thing that we found through our research, that 88% of the world's weapons are produced by the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council. 88%. So we have to really let them realize that this is not, you know what, war continues in our world because it profits. Peace does not profit. This is the problem in today's world. Why, when I try to find out why there's so much war in my home, I realize the political economy of armed conflict profits. So while Nagas may fight with Meiteis, or there are conflicts within our own indigenous community, it's not because we hate each other, but conflicts are engineered in our home countries. And Vijay, we haven't done enough to ensure that we are able to tackle this headlong. That's number one. And finally, I also wanted to share that, as I mentioned, that as we started researching in these areas, we also realized that we are becoming more and more an armed nation. India last year, 72.6 billion arms production. And last week, Tata Group, which started with opium trade in the 18th century, now when you go to India, you might be staying in the Tata business, has teamed up with Lockheed Martin, world's largest arms manufacturer. What kind of world we're in? And they will try to sell these weapons, right? And weapon systems. I want to take note that, as Gandhi said, is enough for everyone's need, but for not everyone's greed. Yes. Greed is what is driving us. But I was talking with our Palestinian friend last night, what we want to do is not anger, but actually puncture that violence with love. Yes. Yes. Not hate, but love. Not war, but peace. If you can engineer war, whoever the warmongers are, we can engineer peace. We can engineer peace. This is a resilience that I would like to bring and end it, that we have started connecting with 476 million indigenous people in 90 countries. We started a work called Indigenous Northeast, and not a single woman is in it. So to ensure gender sensitive, I honestly, I have done all the isms in my life. The only ism that I follow is humanism. So when Jeremy asked me how I would like to be introduced, I just said Bina Nepram, human. From planet Earth. We are so tired of the divisions and the boxes that we have been put. It divides us. And they have weaponized our identities, which we should be celebrating. They've weaponized our religion. They've weaponized all of us. And as we have become atomized. And I remember reading a little bit of, if you remember when I was trying to research Manipur, I was reminded of what Foucault said in terms of the panopticon, which is over our lives. We are all controlled, from our classrooms to our universities to our internet. Everything is weaponized. So when I say this again, remember that we have to stay strong, absolutely firm, that we cannot be swayed by the powers which is trying to hurt us, our children, our unborn children, generations to come, but rather what Foucault defines sovereignty as a right to take life or let live, a power that is based on the right to kill. That's sovereignty. That is not our future. That cannot be our present, and that cannot be our present or our past. So I think to conclude, call upon all of us to remember that currently 107 conflicts, Palestine is one of them. How are you going to deal with 106 other conflicts, Jeremy? That's one thing I would like all of us as scholars, thinkers, practitioners, movement builders to also think about this forgotten crisis in the world. Number one. Number two, and I will follow all of us very carefully on this because we are tired. I've been speaking for 10, 15 years of my life. People listen, walk away, does nothing about Manipur. I call upon that 3.3 million people living there, which currently a genocide is happening. Manipur genocide is happening right now. Yet, people in Delhi do not know about it. Vijay hasn't done anything about it. I want Vijay, all of us to pull back and say what's happening in our own homes. We start cleaning our own homes. Yeah. We can smuggle you in. Yes, yes. And finally, again, this political economy of conflict has to be addressed in ways. And again, most importantly, we need the healing that it deserves. To how do we ensure that we work towards it? Because it's very important that we do things. It may sound very cliche, but with a lot of love in our heart, we can confront our enemies and let them lay down their arms, ensure that they produce less so that at least 10% of $1 trillion in the military industrial, if that is given, then we can remove poverty, ensure that this wars end. So we remain committed. For us, peace is not a project for funding, and it cannot be a 9-to-5 job. It has to be commitment of a lifetime, Jeremy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Veena. Absolutely fantastic. And I urge you all to have a think deeply about what you just said. Many in this room are probably not very well aware of what's happening in Manipur. Many around the world are not any more than they're fully aware of what's happening in the Congo or other places. We need some process of peace, education and information and action that we can take, stopping arms trade and many, many other issues as well. So I think fantastic speech. You're going to see huge amount we can think about and work on from here. I'd now like to invite my good friend Andrew Feinstein to speak, who is my, I'd love him to be my parliamentary neighbour actually, but he is my neighbour, my comrade and my friend. Andrew, we look forward to hearing you.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm at the end of the table, and that's due to being a diminutive, recovering politician. First of all, just to say what an honor it is to be on this panel with these four people who've done so much in their work, in their lives, in the cause of peace. We've heard from Bina, and I would strongly encourage you to read her chapter in the book. But if you read the chapters that everybody has written, you will get a sense of the sorts of efforts, the sorts of mobilization that are taking place against this monstrous trade in weapons that makes a small elite incredibly wealthy while destroying, as Vijay explained, tens of millions of lives every year. But let me start in another place. And forgive me, Jeremy, for lowering the tone slightly. But I would very much like to congratulate my own local MP.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Because finally, he has a political achievement to his name. Oh, yes. It was announced yesterday that where it took Tony Blair 1,104 days in office for the popularity of his government to fall below 30%. It took Theresa May 775 days in office. It took Boris Johnson the corrupt fool that he is, 737 days for his government's popularity to fall below 30%. It has taken the Tory stooge that is Keir Starmer 70 days to achieve that record. And that is the consequence of being profoundly undemocratic and authoritarian, where you want to see climate activists serving 5-year jail sentences, where you want to see people taking on genocide, trying to stop our weapons that are fueling that genocide from traveling to the country perpetrating the genocide, being charged under the Terrorism Act, where you see journalists who are covering with honesty and integrity the genocide being charged under the Terrorism Act, where you behave as we always knew you would, as the Tory you are. To turn to this book, first of all, may I thank, where is Laura? She's busy. I want to thank Laura, and I also want to thank my colleague, Rona Mishi, who is over here, without whom this book would never have seen the light of day. They worked so hard in the most extraordinarily difficult circumstances. Imagine trying to get 16 or so activists like this lot to deliver a chapter on so important a topic that is so much a part of their lives, but where they are working against this trade every single minute that they have. Imagine trying to get them to actually produce their chapters, to edit their chapters, and to agree to the final form of the book. But that's what Rona and Laura managed to do. So I think a huge round of applause for Rona. And then I'd like to thank Jeremy and the Peace and Justice Project for initiating this book and for all the work that they do in the cause of peace, not just in Britain and from Britain, but around the world. Let us be very clear about this trade that this book is about. In an average year, which last year wasn't and this year isn't, the global trade in weapons is responsible for over 500,000 deaths a year, and for countless, here's Laura, so we can now thank her and Rona properly. Laura, this is to thank you and Rona for everything you did in bringing this book to the world. 500,000 deaths, tens of millions of lives that will never be the same again, every year. This is the trade that accounts for 40% of all corruption in all world trade, because everything that happens in it happens behind a veil of national security imposed secrecy. And why are these people, our politicians, the defense company executives, the intermediaries, the lawyers, the accountants, the consultants who act as intermediaries on these deals, why are they never brought to justice? Because every prosecutor in the world knows that if they try and bring one of these cases, that is the beginning of the end of their careers as a prosecutor, because that is the world we live in. But what is so important about that corruption, and for us to understand, is that this industry and the tens of billions of pounds and dollars of our money that is used to subsidize it actually funds our own political system. So when these bribes are paid to Benjamin Netanyahu, who in a series of arms deals with German arms companies, the intermediary who received most of the money to disperse the bribes was not just Benjamin Netanyahu's official legal advisor, he also happened to be his cousin. Because when it comes to money of these quantities, it's safer to keep it in the family. So when we pay the bribes to people like Netanyahu, to people like Mohammed bin Sultan, some of those bribes are coming back to Britain. And through the intermediaries involved, they get donated to our two main political parties. Although I believe the Labour Party didn't get many contributions from the defence sector while one Jeremy Corbyn was leader. But not only that, they fund our political leaders. So Tony Blair has personally made over £110 million since leaving office, directly or indirectly out of the decision to invade Iraq and his association with companies like BAE Systems. So my constituency MP knows that even if he only lasted as long as Liz Truss, remember her? She was our Prime Minister for 30 seconds and it cost us £74 billion. Even if he only lasted for her 49 days, he knows he'll be a multimillionaire for the rest of his life because of the decisions he takes in the interests of the war-making oligarchy that run our country. And what that means is that in Britain, like in so much of the West, we have the best democracies money can buy because they are bought and paid for primarily by our defense, finance, and natural resources companies, amongst others. And we should never forget that. The Financial Times had a headline the other day celebrating the fact that the defense companies were about to experience a bonanza of $52 billion. Why? Because Netanyahu had announced that this war, as he calls it, wasn't ending anytime soon.
Shame on them!
So the FT celebrates. We at Shadow World Investigations, the little organization that Rona and I work for, are writing a book that feels almost as tragic as this book, called Making a Killing: How the West Profits from Slaughter in Yemen and Gaza. And we are going to identify every single country, every single government, every single company, every single individual who has been profiting from this misery and devastation that we have wreaked upon the world. You know, the reality is, if Britain, the United Kingdom, and Germany halted arms sales to Israel today, in 3 days' time, they would not have the military materiel required to continue their slaughter. So every single day when hundreds of people are killed in cold blood, it is because we haven't halted those arms sales. And when our media and our grown-up politicians, as this bunch of mediocre, mendacious, corrupt individuals call themselves, when they say to us, well, if we didn't sell to them, they just get the weapons from someone else. That is a nonsense. Do you honestly believe that when a country has spent decades building up its military infrastructure, it can just take bombs and missiles from Russia or China, who hopefully wouldn't sell them to them, and stick them in their F-35s and that'll be fine and they'll drop them on Gaza? Do you think that when those F-35s require spare parts or components, they can take components from some other country, from some other jet fighter? It takes years and years and years to rebuild that military infrastructure. So we have it within our power to stop this slaughter within days. But our politicians choose not to, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of all of us in the world have wanted a ceasefire since the 7th of October. But what we should also remember, while we think about these very depressing things, is that there is hope. And that is the message that we want the book to send. Because what the book does is, in Bina's own words, in Lindsay's own words, in Vijay's own words, it describes the resistance that is taking place around the world to this monstrous atrocity that is ruining our world. And it's extraordinary. And yes, we know about the incredible work that the PSC, that Stop the War, that CND do to get people out on the streets week after week after week. But we also must remember those other people like Palestine Action.
Yes.
Who through direct action have forced the closure of 3 of Elbit Systems factories in the United Kingdom, who have caused Elbit Systems to lose a contract with the Ministry of Defence worth over £280 million. And it is because of this activism, because of this commitment that so many people show, that we know, just as we ended apartheid in South Africa, we will end this indefensible genocide. Yes. And we will pursue justice. And we will end, and I'm astonished that I have to say this in 2024, and we will end apartheid, and we will end occupation. But it takes us to show solidarity like never before. Yes. Not just continuing to protest, not just not voting for the war criminals who profiteer from the genocide, but by intensifying BDS like we have never seen in the world before, and by more and more direct action against the targets that are a part of this appalling military, industrial, political complex. Because we all know in our hearts and in our minds that, as Nelson Mandela said on his release from 27 years in an apartheid prison, our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinian people.
Bravo.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for all that you do and all that you're still doing and will continue to do on exposing the arms trade and the horror that it brings to so many people around the world. We'll obviously be working together on lots more projects in the future, as well as obviously the book tour we're doing. Just before I call Lindsay to speak in this session, just say a huge welcome to all those that are following us online and watching us from all around the world today. And I can report there are now 9,000 people watching our events here today. So any of you who behave badly, there's 9,000 watching as well as the ones in the hall. And so I want to say thank you to all of them for coming in. And part of the work of this project is about uniting people. And so we've done big Zoom calls on Bangladesh, on Congo, on Brazil, and a number of other places around the world where we bring people in, and so we're better informed and better able to organise and campaign. I'd now like to ask Lindsay German to make her contribution. Lindsay is a wonderful dear friend. We were together at the beginning of the Stop the War Coalition, and fantastic writer and fantastic activist, and she again made a great contribution to this book. Lindsay, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, and I'm very, very proud to be on this panel. I think it's a tremendous range of people. I was very proud to contribute to the book. I have to apologise to Rona, because when Jeremy talks about difficult authors, I think I seem to misunderstand everything that she ever asked me to do. So she had to ask me at least 3 times, and eventually, I got it right. But anyway, It was a great effort on her part, and I'm very grateful to be included in it. I'm also very proud to be here because I think this is such an important discussion and debate about how we take our movement forward and how we campaign. We've talked about Palestine, and we've talked about Ukraine, and we've talked about a whole range of different things across the world. And Bina was absolutely right to point out that most of the wars never get reported in this country. Actually, even the so-called big wars don't get much reported. You know, there's less and less on Gaza if you watch television or read the newspapers. Ukraine, you just hear the government view time and time again. You never hear, or very, very rarely hear, any voices to the contrary, that maybe a peace settlement might be a good idea, that maybe there are very, very big numbers of casualties on both sides in the war in Ukraine, very horrible injuries, very large numbers of deaths. None of this is reported honestly or openly. And I think it's so important that we have a movement where people do talk about these things, where we put an alternative agenda to what is going on. I'm particularly proud when Lubna said about the Palestine demonstrations in London are so well reported on the West Bank, in Gaza, in the terrible conditions that people are living and working there. I hope it gives them a tiny, tiny bit of hope that there are millions of people around the world who support them, who show solidarity with them, and particularly in Britain, we're the oldest imperialist country in the world. Our government has been at war, I think, practically for the whole time since the 18th century in one part of the world or another because of its role in imperialism. So it's very important in London that we do stand up and we do say that we are with the people of Palestine. We're with the people who are fighting against national oppression, who are fighting against imperialism and fighting against colonialism. And certainly from my point of view, and I know from Jeremy's, I have to say that Jeremy, and Bina's absolutely right, it's not just about individuals, it's about all of us. All of us have the ability and the duty, if you like, to campaign on these kind of issues. But I also know that on every single issue, whether it's the Chagos Islanders, whether it's the Kenyans who campaigned against the British state over the Mau Mau and the atrocities that the British committed against them, Jeremy has always been at the forefront of all those campaigns. I think that's an incredibly important thing, that we have so few MPs who stand up for these kind of things, that Jeremy has always been at the forefront of it. So thank you very much for that. In the few minutes I want to make a couple of points. Firstly, when we talk about wars, I don't think we can divorce them from imperialism and capitalism. People talk as though wars are just kind of accidental. You know, suddenly the whole of the Balkans erupted into these terrible wars after decades where it had been relatively peaceful. Suddenly there's a war between Ukraine and Russia. Suddenly there's another conflict in the Middle East. It doesn't work like that. Of course, there are national tensions. Of course, there are divisions. Of course, there are reasons why at particular times people are engaged in horrific wars. But it's to do with the drive to profit. It's to do with the competition within the system. It's to do with the drive to imperialism. That was what the first phase of imperialism was all about, the colonization of Africa, the colonization before that of India. All of those things were about trying to maximize the profit and to compete with different imperial powers. That's what the so-called scramble for Africa was all about back in the 19th century. What did that lead to? It led to the First World War. It led to a huge arms race and then to the First World War. In the 1930s, we had obviously the threat of Hitler, Mussolini in Italy, but also the failure of the imperialist powers to support the Republic in Spain from 1936 onwards, and therefore the rise of fascism in 1939. In that situation, again, the huge arms race that took place then led to the Second World War. And if you look today, the arms race is much more terrifying than either of those arms races. And previous speakers have referred to it, and I won't go into details. It's just worth saying that the amount spent worldwide on arms last year alone, according to CIPRI, was $2.443 trillion. Now, this is in a world where we know that in this country, one of the richest countries in the world, massive number of children in poverty. We know that there are all sorts of problems around the world which could be solved so quickly and so easily by the spending of that kind of money, and that isn't available for people to do. So I think the first thing is we have to connect it. The drive to war is getting much worse. In the First World War, what was it, 10 to 20 million people died, an absolute catastrophe compared to anything before that. Second World War, 60 to 75 million people died, mainly the Soviet Union, China, but obviously in Europe and elsewhere. This time, when we talk about another war, we're talking about a nuclear war. And that is why what our rulers are doing, what NATO is doing, and NATO, by the way, accounts for more than half of all world arms spending, the NATO countries, what they are doing is so dangerous. What they're doing in Ukraine, where Keir Starmer goes to Washington and says, you know, in the time-honored pattern of mercenary armies, says to Biden, don't you worry about you using your missiles, because there's a lot of problems with America doing that. Don't worry, we'll use our Storm Shadows to allow Ukraine to directly hit targets in Russia. What could possibly go wrong? You know, what could possibly go wrong with a nuclear power? Sorry, with a nuclear power facing another set of nuclear powers in a conflict which is only getting worse, and which is going, everybody who knows honestly knows that war is going to end in a ceasefire and negotiations. Everybody honestly looking at it knows that will happen in the next year. Everybody knows Ukraine is losing the war. It's in an absolutely terrible state. Everybody knows this is the truth, but you will not hear this from any of the politicians in this country. So just that brings me to what do we do about this? Well, firstly, along with Andrew, I want to lower the tone a bit and say that I think one of the biggest problems in all this is Starmer. I've also come to the view, which may be a bit left field, but just bear with me, that he's a little bit like Liz Truss, that he keeps coming out with these completely mad statements. You know, the NHS needs total reform. It's going to be, you know, we're going to have to rebuild it. In other words, privatise it much, much more than it's been done before. He's already said, and I speak as somebody who does get a pension. I also work because I couldn't afford to live on my pension. He's taken my £200 very generous fuel allowance away from me this year and has for all the other pensioners. He's talking about taking away the travel pass, which will, yeah, well, let me just tell you, I will be at the front of any riots if that takes place in London. I hope you'll join me. So he's doing all this. Now, let's just think about what this means. 1.5 billion is saved, supposedly, by by making pensioners freeze. That's the idea of it. 7.4 billion has already been spent by the UK government in arming Ukraine. Yep. Now, what logic is there in this? And as Jeremy said, of course, the increase in arms spending will be, so-called defence spending, will be another 30 billion or so. It is not about saving money. It is about penalising the poorest. And, you know, Bismarck said we need guns, not butter. That's exactly the philosophy of Keir Starmer and David Lammy, who is let's not get on to David Lammy. I don't have time. Just one final point I want to make, which is that these wars, particularly in Britain, in the United States and France and other countries, have led to a huge rise in Islamophobia and racism. There's an absolute attack on refugees, the majority of whom come to this country are coming from war-torn countries. There is a huge attack on the Muslims going on in this country, and they identify all the time. You know, they go on about the far-right riots in the summer and the fascists and all this kind of thing. Where do you think those people got their ideas from? From the Daily Mail, from the Daily Express, from every day they get fed this racist garbage all the time, and people end up believing it. So we have to fight on that as well as on the other issues. Just finally to say, Palestine, and I agree very, very much with Bina's comment that we can't just say it's just a war in Palestine, central though that is to us. But as I said to some of the Sudanese comrades who said, how can we get more people supporting us? And it's always a difficult question, this. You know, why is it people do campaign over one issue and not another? There's not an easy answer to it. I said, what we've got to do is take Sudan into the Palestine movement. We've got to take all these different wars into the movement and try and spread that movement. But we've also got to fight, in my opinion, for system change. I'm a socialist and I'm absolutely fed up with the priorities of capitalism, which are destroying people literally through wars and those kind of conflicts, but also through poverty, through misery, through mental health problems, through all these sorts of things. So to me, the question of fighting over wars is also a question of fighting over all of those. And I hope you will be with us on the 5th of October when we will be demonstrating again in London. And if you can, please come to Liverpool on the 21st, where we're going to the Labour Party conference and we're saying to Keir Starmer, we're absolutely fed up with this. Start changing your policy. I don't think it's going to work, to be perfectly honest, but we've got to give it a try and we've got to keep campaigning. The hope lies not in the tiny minority who create wars and sustain wars and do all those other things. The hope lies in the millions of people, billions of people around the world who want more equality, who want more justice, and we've got to get organised and fight for it.
Thanks very much, Lindsay, for that. I want to now take discussion and questions. And just to emphasize the point Lindsay just made, when we had this day-long meeting in Berlin about the Ukraine war, we had speakers from the peace movements in both Russia and Ukraine speaking with us and to us, which is how we ended up with the, I think, very helpful statement that we made, which we'll put up online on PJP website. I'm sure Stop the War and others will want to do the same. Amongst the questions I've had, so what I'm going to do is take two questions that have been sent to me online now, and then open up to the audience here. And they're a very good point. Sabi, what can we do to persuade relevant trade unions to refuse to produce and deliver arms?
Yes.
And Charlotte asks, what do you see as the way forward, what we can do? So any thoughts that the panel have on organising people and expanding and linking the movement the way that Lindsay just outlined, be very welcome. And while the members of the panel are briefly replying to those points if they wish to, think of your own quick questions to put up. We've got about half an hour question. Okay, who wants to go first on the 2 points that Charlotte and Sabi will send first? Oh, they're so polite, they pass the microphone to each other.
Let me just quickly deal with the union question. I think there is no doubt that there needs to be far more engagement, not just with union leadership, which is obviously essential, to point out the fact that economically, jobs in the defense sector are incredibly expensive, both to create and to maintain. It's estimated that for every job in the defense sector, you could create an equivalent job in a much more socially and economically productive sector like renewable energy, where the skills are clearly fairly similar, interestingly. You could create 3 to 7 jobs for every 1 job in the defense sector. And we need to be talking to union leadership about how we would transition from the ridiculously sized defense sector we have today because of our focus on conflict as a means to resolve any difference, to a world in which we're focused on the real challenges that threaten human security. That's the first thing. But secondly, we've got to do the work of engaging with workers themselves who work in this sector, to make this point to them and to show them the examples of solidarity that they've been historically, when workers, like they did at the Rolls-Royce factory, simply refused to build the jets that were being made for Pinochet's Chile. So I think that engagement is incredibly important, both with the leadership, but also with the workers themselves.
Vijay?
Yeah, just on the second question of the way forward. For the last decade, I've been reporting from the Sahel, and I spent a lot of time in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And about 10 years ago, everything looked bleak there. The French had returned in with Operation Barkhane in 2013 in northern Mali and then in areas of Niger. United States built the largest drone base in Agadez. And then almost out of nowhere, with no seemingly political platform, there have been 5 military coups in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And the governments that have come there, particularly in Burkina Faso, led by Captain Ibrahim Traoré, have been extraordinary. I mean, I know that people are uncomfortable with a military coup. But remember, Thomas Sankara in 1983 also conducted a military coup there and led perhaps the most interesting government for 4 years until the Europeans colluded in his assassination in 1987. Ibrahim wears the same uniform as Sankara, and they are actually producing the way forward. What people like that require is solidarity, not leadership. They don't require France or England to lead them. They require solidarity. The way forward is opened up, not necessarily as you expected. This is a way forward. They have rejected war. They don't want war. They don't want the military bases. They don't want the French to suck out the uranium from Arlit in Niger to use in their nuclear reactors. They want to control their resources. They want to build some sort of society where their people have education, health, and so on. So when I look for the way forward, I look at people like that because they are actually building something that I think is quite promising. But it's a landlocked country. And the French and the European Union and the British government, the United States, are trying to remilitarize the area. They tried to invade these 3 countries last year using ECOWAS, the ECOWAS troops funded by the British government. The British government sent envoys from the Foreign Office to Ghana, to Kenya. There's been very little coverage. And I can tell you, I write for a syndication service called Globetrotter. We don't get published in the UK except by Morningstar. Morningstar is the only publication in the United Kingdom that has covered this conflict, has published my work and so on. Nobody else has done so. I really hope we see the way forward, not in what you are doing. I hope we have the compassion, the solidarity to understand what people in these countries are doing for themselves. And I have to say, keep an eye on the Sahel, because it's a very important beacon for what ordinary people can do when put up against the wall.
Thank you.
And then we're going to take questions from the audience here in Thailand.
I just wanted to add on the trade union thing that at the TUC this week, there were 2 very good motions passed on Palestine, despite Unite, which has not behaved, in my opinion, in the way it should have done, either on the question of jobs in the arms industry, in other words, it supports increased defence spending, or on Palestine. But despite Unite trying to amend it, they had to change their amendment at the end. It was universally carried, the support for Palestine, and then a motion opposing any sort of escalation of the Middle East war. Now, that's the TUC. We don't expect that to make huge change at the top, but it reflects the problems they've got below, that people are concerned about these issues, and it reflects the size of the movement over these questions. So I just think that's worth throwing in as well.
Yes, I'll just quickly, because we want to get the questions.
Sure.
Just 3 very quick points. First is the communities who have faced what I would call, unfortunately, original genocide are the indigenous populations. Please remember this. Before nation states were created, there were people living in these lands. They created doctrine of discovery, the different doctrines created to commit huge acts of genocide against indigenous people. But I'm not talking about to depress us. I come from one such region where there's an ongoing genocide. But we want to find the way, the hope, as Andrew has also mentioned. And that's where I come in the way forward, which one of the questions came from online. You know, the answers do not have to be invented by any scientist now. In the 12th century, the Haudenosaunee people, they live in North America, Canada border. They have what is called the Great Law of Peace. 5 different indigenous nations who were warring with each other came together and buried their weapons under a great pine tree. And since then, they haven't warred with each other. I have been in their territories, worked with their clan mothers, and I know that it's in many of this indigenous culture who have survived genocide for centuries after centuries, not 70 years. That in them we have to include Jeremy, and all of us here, we have to include the wisdom, the resilience, and the strength that the indigenous communities bring on this particular discussion on ending wars, conflict, and armaments, number 1. Number 2 is, even in my own region, Manipur, I was shocked when I saw the great law of peace of the Haudenosaunee. Manipuris, even before the Indian nation state was created, we had our own constitution called Loyomba Shinyan in the 12th century. And we have many of these, and things haven't changed. We as human beings are as primordial as ever. But if we have to look forward, we have to include indigenous communities, people that we have thought we have buried in the past. They are still there, and their resilience shines through. I see 2 worlds, a modern world which is created by colonization, and another world which has existed since time immemorial. We have to combine these 2 worlds together to ensure the peace and justice that Jeremy Corbyn's group is trying to establish. Thank you.
Thank you. Artin and Sam are doing a great job in getting people online, but also promoting questions. And we've now got a roving mic, which Rupert is going to bring around to you. Who's got the first question? Sister there, and then a gentleman there, yeah? And then, okay.
Somebody on the panel said that differences lead to conflict. But if conflict is always the end game, then somebody has to promote and create the differences in the first place. So what can we do to prevent differences from being created, to prevent conflict from actually happening?
Thank you. Gentleman there with the blue sweater on. And then, who else? Yes, then I'll come to you in the next round. I'm doing threes, then we'll come to the next round. Yes, over to you, then there.
Thank you. This question could be under any of the headings, but it's about the coming together of a new movement, a new electoral movement. The success that you had, Jeremy, the success that Andrew had, who did tremendously well against the dreadful MP for St Pancras. All good movements are created from the ground, but can we create a new political movement where we stand candidates at elections and where we represent the people who did not vote, the massive number of people who did not vote at the last election, because none of the main political parties were speaking to them? Is that a way forward that we can work for?
Thank you. Then here, then I'll come round again. Yes, there.
This is a question for, is that on? Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, Jeremy, could you please raise in the House of Commons the terrible treatment of Sarah Wilkinson, please? Because I suspect that her MP is Julia Buckley, but I'm sure she won't do anything.
Thank you. I'll take those 3 questions. Yes, I'm very happy to raise that because I'm appalled at the treatment of her, but also, as Andrew pointed out in his contribution, this growing sense of state power preventing what are traditional and wholly legitimate demonstrations. I mean, Lindsay confirmed this. In the run-up to the last Palestine demonstration, the police had 6 weeks, 4 or 6 weeks, to agree the route, the time, the details, and Stop the War and PSC and CND are very experienced in organising demonstrations. It shouldn't have been a problem. They argued, they delayed, they obfuscated, they refused to meet, they refused to answer emails, and so on and so on. And we didn't get final confirmation of the date, the time, the place, and the route until 12 hours, 15 hours before the demonstration was due to take place. And you know what? It was exactly what we had proposed 6 weeks before. It was a deliberate attempt to just confuse and delay people. And the question about future political organizations, yes, we do need an alternative political voice. Yes, we have to develop one. Yes, it must be unified. And crucially, absolutely crucially, any future political movement cannot be set up by half a dozen experts deciding what the political party should be. It's got to be that bubbling up of grassroots anger about poverty, inequality, injustice, environmental destruction, union rights, and all that. So I want to see the growth of community forums all around the country. The first one in Islington North is next Thursday, and it's already well oversubscribed. Andrew is doing broadly the same in St Pancras, and I just had a very nice message from Beth Winter in Wales about how they're setting up a movement they're calling, I think it's Transformation Rising or something like that, in Cardiff on the 28th. Well done, Beth, and obviously happy to support her. Right, who's going to go first on those questions? You. Right.
The reason is this: we are talking about democracy's criminalization of our democracies, you mentioned. But I would like to drive home what is currently happening in the world's largest democracy where I come from. Politicians, people connected with political groups are setting up their own armed groups. Please write this down. Please note it. This is a phenomenon in the last 1 year. Violent extremist groups connected with people in political power are springing up in our villages, in our mountains. They are heavily armed with weaponry, including armed drones. And they're creating and controlling our democracies violently. This is a phenomena that we are seeing, which we would have to take notice. So that is the one thing. And sister, you talked about differences. I would rather call it diversity. Imagine if only one flower blooms. If one religion blooms, how boring that world would be. It's not the differences. It's the weaponization of these differences that we allow. These greedy people who want to control us, they weaponize our diversity. Yeah. We have to be, I mean, in today's world of IT, and now we thank goodness AI, like how do you even deal with the racialized violence? Committing online, the hate generated online, both in Manipur and in the Middle East crisis, and you have mentioned about Sahel region. We work very closely with the Tuareg people in that particular region, whether it's Sudan, Manipur. We have seen a certain pattern of transnational organized criminal networks who have profited from these wars. So that's something that we have to confront together, do good research, writing, analysis, and solidarity, that we have to completely, we will be as vigilant more than ever before. Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Yep. I've got the microphone.
I mean, I want to hear from everybody, but you don't have to reply to every question. The important thing is to make your comment. Then we can get another 3 questions.
Okay. Well, just very quickly, firstly, on your point, I'll just use one example of Northern Ireland, where the British deliberately created a state which was based on Protestant ascendancy. Now, there have been, you know, the truth is, in most parts of Britain, there's not massive antagonism between Protestants and Catholics. People may not even know, but that state was deliberately set up in order to foster those divisions with terrible consequences, as we know. Now, it seems to me that you prevent those things being created, prevent the exacerbation of differences, and people all have differences in all sorts of ways, by actually trying to stop those things from happening and by arguing against racism, against all the different things that come up. So just on that one, new electoral movement, yes, very much I agree that we do need one. having been involved in ones previously, you get a slightly sick feeling in your stomach when people start talking about it, because you know all the things that can go wrong. But definitely there are many, many people in this country who want an alternative. And I think we do need to turn to that very quickly. Just on the question of repression, I went to the Old Bailey yesterday to support a young black woman from Cardiff who was arrested on terrorism charges, supporting terrorism, because she said something about Hamas or said, I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous. They bring her all the way to the Old Bailey. Why? To intimidate her. This is just a hearing. The case isn't till next year. It's absolutely disgraceful. This is happening all the time with all sorts of different people. We try and do what we can on the demos, but it's very important we stand up against this repression and against these laws. I mean, they are utterly repressive laws, and they've got to be fought against.
Just to speak about the way in which these things are manufactured, I think I've been fired by more newspapers than I've worked for. I think some newspapers fired me even though I wasn't in the rolls. And I went from working for mainstream publications to having to work for a syndication service, which is a real demotion. And but I'm happy for the demotion. The reason I say that is because the information order we have in the world is grotesquely corrupted by money. And conflicts are reported in a way that, in a way, absolves the colonial mindset. So that, all the wars that are taking place in the Great Lakes region of Africa are covered as if they are ethnic conflicts, Hutu versus Tutsi and so on. What's not covered is that these are multinational corporations that are basically weaponizing minor differences into major crises. And meanwhile, as these states get destabilized, they come in and take advantage of them through transfer pricing and so on. It's a great frustration for me. You asked what's the way out of it. We have to fight for a new information order. I recommend, if you have the patience, you can read the McBride report from 1980 about how dismaying the situation is now. They made good suggestions for a better information order. Andrew and I are about the same age. Our contemporary is that great humanitarian Elon Musk, who left apartheid South Africa in 1988 at the age of 27. He was a beneficiary of apartheid. Today, Elon Musk owns more satellites than the government of China. He has 2,400 satellites. Chinese government has less than 400. I live in Santiago, Chile. The fiber optic cable that connects Chile to the rest of the world goes from Santiago, from Valparaiso, up to Los Angeles. It's privately owned. These undersea cables are all owned privately, which means that if a country, let's say Cuba or Venezuela, decides to go on an alternative route, all they need to do is to slow down the traffic of that undersea cable. And it's hard for people in that country to open websites and so on. The world information order is utterly corrosive and corrupted. And it's very hard for us to tell stories. I mean, I'm happy to be here to say a few things that I've personally experienced in covering these stories. But this is the last point. When I last worked for a major publication, I asked my editor, can I get a new flak jacket? Because my flak jacket was destroyed. I was hit with something, damaged my right arm. Can I get a new flak jacket? He said, well, why don't you just buy one? We don't have the budget for it. So this is the state of war reporting. In the first 3 weeks of the bombing in Gaza, I lost personally 4 friends from 4 different services that were killed in the first 3 weeks. Subsequently, I can't tell you how many people have been killed, journalists in Gaza. That's the information order, and we can't tell real stories if we don't have a microphone.
Just a few quick additions on the media. Just ask yourself the question, why aren't the people on this panel on Question Time as regularly as Nigel Farage is? I mean, at least have a few brain cells. on the program, but of course not, because this is not the narrative that our public broadcaster or our established commercial media want people to have access to. So it is incredibly important that we not only support and use the myriad really good progressive alternative options that we have. And a lot of people who are sitting here write in a whole lot of places, do a whole lot of video stuff as well. And it's really important to support it. And that's how we support people like Sarah and Richard, against whom the Terrorism Act is being used to try and silence them. Just in terms of new movements, I completely echo what Jeremy said, but just to add that since the election, we've been consulting with people in Camden, and we'll announce something in the next few weeks, a huge new community initiative that'll have as its heart, like in Islington, people's forums and people deciding how to deal with their issues that are most important to them locally, how to hold their councils and MP to account, who they only ever see when there's an election. It's astonished me. In our campaign, we knocked on 50,000 doors. It astonished me how many people had never heard of Keir Starmer. He's been their MP for over 9 years. There are still people today in the constituency who ask whether Sunak is still Prime Minister. This is the reality of our politics, and that's why we had one of the lowest participation rates in this election than we've seen in British electoral history. Finally, just to come to your question, I think that the reality is, of course, we want to minimize differences. But with our politics so focused on creating enemies, creating the other, that is incredibly difficult. So first, we've got to break down those myths of the other, the dehumanization of groups as identified for politicians' own political purposes, which serves not only to dehumanize the other, but it actually dehumanizes those who are so labeling them. And we see that in all of these conflicts that Bina and others have been talking about. You know, just look at Gaza. We're seeing what happened in apartheid South Africa. It's not only the Palestinians who've been dehumanized by the Israelis, but the Israelis themselves have dehumanized themselves in their oppression of the Palestinians. And the thing about South Africa is that white South Africans who were terrified by the prospect of democracy, leading some of them, like a certain Mr. Musk from Pretoria, to actually flee the country before it became a democracy. The reality is these people who were so terrified now live harmoniously together after over 340 years of a racist oligarchy. But where these differences do arise, the challenge is to compel our leaders to deal with them through diplomacy, with peace at the forefront rather than conflict. But as Bina indicated, and I won't tell you, Bina, that you were almost quoting a fascist anti-Semite, but who knew something about the realities of the world, a man called Henry Ford, who I believe could build motor cars, who, understanding the world in which he prospered to ridiculous degrees, said, "Show me who makes the money from war, and I'll show you how to end the war."
Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to take one question now. Can I ask you, when you do the feedback forms at the end of the day, put your ideas in and be thinking about that. One thing that a takeaway I get from this panel is obviously the need for better information and global solidarity, which immediately challenges the whole media narrative. Our comrades in Sweden are organizing a major conference next May on alternative media and alternative global media. That, to me, is absolutely central and essential to everything we do. We cannot allow our information to be dominated by the values of Fox News and many others that are, frankly, even worse than Fox News. We need our own system and our own alternative. Last question, Claudia, then I'll come to everybody else in the next session. Claudia. Well, not you. You. Okay. Thank you. You were just helping somebody else. A real comrade. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Comrade Claudia. This is a bit of a technical question, really, as an ex-lefty lawyer. I just asked the panel for some comments on the fact that, thanks to the efforts of South Africa, the rulings of the ICJ, the International Criminal Court, was that multiple international crimes against humanity have been committed by Israel in Gaza, and an injunction was also ordered for the arrest of Netanyahu should he leave Israel. He left Israel, he went to the United States. The United States are not a signatory to the ICJ, and he wasn't arrested. Does the panel think that all the effort that went into getting those rulings by the ICJ that have been effectively ignored was worth it, basically?
Thank you. Very quick answer, please. Put in your minds that when we break in a couple of minutes' time for lunch, we're doing the Monsters Anger the Guns launch and signing. So if you want to buy a book and get it signed by these wonderful people here, then you're very welcome, and please do. Okay, who's going to reply to the question? Be very brief, yes, please, all of you.
I mean, as I said, I live in Santiago, Chile, and the very fact that the British courts tried to arrest Augusto Pinochet in this country was a monumental move for going after the trauma inflicted by the dictatorship against that society. Any chipping away at the legitimacy of the Israeli establishment, I think, is welcome for humanity. Any chipping away.
I think it definitely was worth it for the reason that that VJ says, but of course it's not enough. You know, the point Wendy makes: will these people arrest Netanyahu? Probably not. You'll just avoid countries where that's going to happen. So it means we have to keep up the pressure from below, as well as use the court judgments in order to reinforce our point of view that there are war crimes going on.
Very quickly, just to add, obviously I share both of those views, but I think it's also incredibly symbolically important that it was South Africa that took this case. But by just seeing the symbolism of the lawyers who took that brilliant deputation to the ICJ, what it reminded the world is that apartheid was overcome in South Africa. There's still many and huge challenges, but apartheid in its most basic form was overcome. And that today the oppressed are the lawyers, the judges, and the politicians. But at the same time, it also sends the message that Israel was apartheid South Africa's closest ally. And that just as we overcame settler colonialism and racist white supremacy, so will Palestine.
Yes, and as much as we are talking about one conflict here, I again bring home what many don't know. In ICJ, indigenous people cannot bring cases to ICJ. They cannot. Only nation states, modern nation states can. So in as much as we depend on these places for justice, know that they also do not give justice to 495 million people living in 90 countries for getting war crimes, to be. So I just wanted to drive home this.
Would you thank our panel for a fantastic session? And one of the most memorable days in my life was going to the ICJ to hear the submission by South Africa. And I was just reflecting there that all the struggles against apartheid created a situation in South Africa. Of course, it's far from perfect, but they were prepared to go to the ICJ and make that case. And that was the heroic thing they did. And also hearing Blinny's presentation, wow, fantastic. And getting that judgment was a huge step forward. I recognize the limitations, but it does show that eventually political change does come because of popular activity. And that's why it's so important that we always mobilize people. I'm being instructed by all of our team to call this session to an end. Break now for lunch, which is outside, and also, of course, for the book sale and the book signing, and then we're more or less keeping to time. And I want to be congratulated on that by our team. No. Thank you very much.
Testing.
Get your tea going. You can get your tea.
Testing.
That's not problem. You've got loads of problems. You have problems.
Testing.
Tricia.
everyone. We're going to start in a minute, but
Great start. Hello? Everybody hear me now? No. No? Oh, okay. What about now? Oh. Right. So welcome everybody. Please bear with me. I was recently upgraded from speaker to chair of this session. So unfortunately, Grace Bakley wasn't able to make it because she's a little bit poorly. But we hope that she gets better soon. And so I'd like to welcome our speakers. First of all, we have Sarah Nelson, who has served as the International President of the Association of Flight Attendants, CWA. AFL-CIO since 2014, and she is currently serving her third four-year term. She first became a union member in 1996 when she was hired as a flight attendant at United Airlines, and she today represents 55,000 of aviation's first responders and 20 airlines. Sarah has led AFA to some of the most consequential legislative wins in the union's history, including COVID relief that totaled 54 billion in payroll support to keep aviation workers connected to their jobs, salaries, healthcare, and other benefits for 16 months. She also helped ban stock buybacks and capped executive compensation. We also have Baker Kundarki, if I've said it right. She's been a young transport workers officer and future of work lead at International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, since January 2019. Based in Amman, Jordan, she has worked for the ITF since 2004. Baker has been part of the trade union movement for more than 15 years. She started in the ITF Arab World Regional Office and advocated for and implemented strategic multi-sectoral initiatives and projects for young transport workers, ensuring that all levels of the ITF leadership are fully engaged and supportive of meaningful activities. Baker led the youth work, which resulted in 74% increase in the ITF declared membership of young workers in the last 5 years. She established the gig economy work program in the ITF and supported unions organizing and campaigning efforts pushing for legislative changes and improved living and working conditions. Baker also supported the creation of regional bottom-up gig workers networks across Europe, Africa, parts of Asia, and most recently, Latin America. Yay! And we also have Fran Heathcote. She is a General Secretary of the Public and Commercial Services Union, PSC, representing nearly 200,000 civil servants. Fran started her career at the Department for Work and Pensions in 1993, quickly becoming active as a rep and progressing through the ranks of PCS to eventually lead the union. She is the first woman General Secretary in the 130th year history of PCS. And was previously President of the union. Then we have Danielle Obono. She's a librarian by profession and a graduate in history, modern literature, and political science. As a political activist, she identifies as an Afrofeminist, an ultra-globalist, and an eco-socialist, amongst other things. Danielle is the national spokesperson for the party La France Insoumise. She was responsible for coordinating the program for L'Avenir en Commun during the 2017 French presidential campaign. She was elected as a deputy for the 18th and 19th arrondissements of Paris, is that right? 17th constituency, and re-elected in the first round in 2024. Danielle is a member of the Legal Commission, which deals with constitutional matters, rights, freedoms, justice, security, and local governance. And I'll introduce myself as well, because I'm sure plenty of people don't know me. I am a PhD candidate at the IIPP, which is the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose at University College London. I'm also a co-host of the MMT podcast. Which aims to make economics concepts accessible to all. Prior to embarking on a career in economics, I was also an engineer, and I was an engineer for 15 years, doing primarily computational fluid dynamics, specializing in the built environment and sustainability. So So we're going to start by giving each speaker 5 minutes to outline some of their ideas. And I'd like to start with Baker, and then we'll go to Sarah, and then on this side.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, sisters, brothers, comrades. Thanks once again for having me here today. It's a real pleasure to be with you all, sharing some of the work that we've been working on when it comes to young workers, some of the challenges. Our session today is about labor and capital, and we have been seeing the shift in the new ways of work. We have been seeing a massive growth in many parts of the world in the rise of the right wing. And all of this has a massive, and of course, not to mention, we heard earlier, the geopolitical challenges that our young generations are facing. And what does that really mean for young workers? Excuse me. And from the work that we have been doing, one big sector or business model that have emerged is the gig economy and the challenges that the gig economy captures for our youth movement, but equally for our trade union movement and the growth of the trade union movement. We have seen reports saying, especially this year, there's an ILO report that says 20 to 25% of young workers have contracts that are not permanent, are temporary contracts. What does that mean? How can we grow? How can we grow our membership from a trade union perspective? How can we protect those workers' rights? We've seen the changes impacting on the traditional working week that's now under attack. There has been conversations about how do we change our unions, how do we change our governments so that we can face those challenges that are impacting on the young workers and what the young workers need. This is part of the conversation that we have been having. They have different needs. The younger generation have different needs. They view working models in a different way. The challenge has been, our current trade unions fit in terms of structures? But then the answer has been generally yes. They are ready to change. They are ready to take on the challenge. The bigger question is, are our governments ready to change? Are our legislations ready to change? We just came back from supporting our affiliates in Australia in one of the most groundbreaking legislations that ensures protections for workers in the whole of the road transport sector, regardless of which business model they work in. This is the kind of legislation that we need to apply across the whole world. And I think one of the things we are also seeing is the growth in the global south. It's when we look at the youth population, the highest right now is in Africa, followed by parts of Asia. And this is now where we have to shift in terms of what do working conditions for our young people in this part of the world, and how can we work on improving them. We know how big the informal sector is, and this is the key focus for our organization as part of our growth work and moving forward. Thank you very much. Of course, everywhere. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am a 28-year union flight attendant. I always want to make that very clear. Got my training in a union that was formed by women in 1945 and negotiated the first contract in 1946. And that contract is what attracted me to go do the job. The density of unions in the United States has dropped precipitously, especially after 1981, when President Reagan fired the air traffic controllers who were on strike to improve their wages, but also, this is not often talked about, to fight for a 32-hour work week in 1981. And so when that happened, it sent a signal to the rest of corporate America that it was open season on unions, and made the strike the dirty word. They sent air traffic controllers, they didn't just fire them, they sent many of them to jail, and made it so that people thought that the strike was actually going to hurt workers rather than exert the power that's necessary to put a check on capitalism. So when I started flying in 1996, I think I have a unique perspective also because I got into a profession that was mostly dominated by women. The union had been organized by women, had to fight through incredible discrimination policies just to make the job a career. You couldn't get married, you could not get pregnant. You could not, you had to step on a weight scale every time you came to work until 1993. And so fighting through all of those practices, and I should just say we also fought to make sure that men could have the same rights on the job as women. You're welcome, guys. And so fighting through all of that and building up a career was 5 years after I started, I got very involved in the union because someone helped me. Another union member helped me when I was at United Airlines, couldn't get my paycheck, and the company was giving me some rigmarole, and it was the first time that I really understood what it meant to be just a number in a human resources file. And I couldn't get answers, and it was a tap on the shoulder where I turned around when I was quite desperate and the tears were starting to roll. Rent was due the next day. My roommates were counting on me. I couldn't eat. And she asked me how to spell my name, and she handed me a check for $800. She said, number one, you go take care of yourself, and number two, you call our union. And I did call our union. I got my paycheck the next day, but I always tell people I learned everything I needed to know about our unions in that moment when she was standing in front of me, because people really do care about each other. And through our unions, we can have a collective voice against the bosses who have all the control and all the ability in the worksite. And in America, what that has also meant is that the vast inequality that has grown over the last 40 to 50 years, with the idea of managers telling people you should feel lucky to have your work, or you should feel lucky to have a job. That has meant that in all the industries, they have followed practices of shifting jobs out, making people feel very desperate, taking jobs for less money, agreeing to work more time, giving up that construct of actually having a good job and being able to then go and take care of your family and have a good retirement and healthcare and also do the things that we all need, like make sure that we have clean air and safe water in our communities. And so this has been the march of the unions for economic and social justice, but in the US, that was very much on the line as union membership shrunk to just 6%. And we were a side note. And so it wasn't until the Chicago teachers in 2012 ran a campaign with the community to say that our fight is your fight. We have to have fewer teachers, fewer children for each teacher. We have to have nurses in the schools. We have to have public housing that's affordable, because if kids can't sleep in a safe place, they certainly can't learn in school. And they struck and they started a spark in the United States that started to have workers understand that they could fight back. And so that is what I came into as I was becoming president. And at the same time, much after that, the Me Too movement broke, so that all of a sudden women were having each other's backs, because women had been used as a whipping post in the efforts to keep capital down and keep workers divided. I always talk about the union busters 4 Ds: divide, delay, distract, and demoralize. And if they can do that, they can keep workers separate and the people separate from demanding what we need for each other. And when they can do that and set that tone of scarcity, they can also get people to look very inward and believe that other people are the problem, believe that immigrants are the problem, believe that people that they don't know or haven't experienced anything with are the problem, someone different than themselves. And so what has happened with the strike activity in the United States and the growing organizing from that is that workers are fighting. And the unions are fighting with them. And so there is a resurgence of support and excitement for unions in the United States, over 70%, much higher with the next generation of workers. And we have to harness that, though, and organize like crazy to lock this in, because we are on the precipice of losing freedom, of losing the ability to actually have a democracy and make sure that it's the people that have a chance to run our governments for the people, rather than handing more and more money to the billionaires. So I'm sure we're going to talk about that a lot more, but I just want to put a fine point on this. 5 years after I first started flying was when September 11th happened. And my friends died on United Flight 175, and most of you would imagine which flight that was, because it was the second flight to fly into the World Trade Center, the South Tower, and all cameras were trained on that site because American Airlines had hit the site 17 minutes earlier. I know the exact moment that my friends died. And from that, we came together in a union and comforted each other and had to deal with the grief of losing our friends, an immediate set of furloughs across the industry that meant in Boston, where I was based, 50% of the base suddenly had no jobs. These were the people who were roommates and good friends with the people that they had lost. And what we didn't realize in this moment was that there were crisis capitalists planning to use this crisis to redefine the value of a pilot, a flight attendant, a mechanic, a gate agent, other workers in the aviation industry, and to contract out more work so that the actual employer decision makers are not connected to those who have their jobs. And so they've kept wages flat or going down and destroyed unions in this way, while getting people so desperate that they're willing to work more hours, 2 and 3 jobs or overtime hours, to not have the time to work. And so I had experience right up front and personal with capitalism unchecked in the wake of 9/11. And that is what has driven me, because what it not only were there 3,000 lives that were lost, and the others that we continue to count that didn't have the safety gear to go in and do the recovery, but it also destroyed millions of families who suddenly lost 30 to 40% of their income, were agreeing to work more so they couldn't take care of their own families, were desperate, didn't have time to vote because they were so desperate, and had to agree to termination of pensions, a transfer of cost of healthcare, all of that. So we understood very clearly when the pandemic hit that we were going to put forward a plan that was a worker agenda that said that the money coming from the government could only go to the workers to keep us in our jobs, connected to our healthcare, connected to our retirement security, able to be there to lift the industry again when the demand came back. And we put demands on the executives in order to get this money. They could not send any money to Wall Street during this time. They had been giving billions and billions of dollars of gifts to Wall Street while cutting our pay and slashing our staffing. They couldn't do that, and they couldn't give themselves a raise. Their compensation was capped. And so we got that, and during the pandemic, our industry was the only one that didn't grow in inequality. But what I would say out of that pandemic, the last point I'll just make, is that workers were already ready to fight, because the conditions were getting worse and worse and worse. And just voting didn't make change that they wanted to see.
And so when they saw this pandemic, they saw that not only were they a line item and not cared about with whether or not they could take care of their families, but there were these corporate monsters who were willing to send them in to the workplace without the proper tools, and that their lives were meaningless too. And so there is this resurgence of labor activity and organizing in the United States, much like in the 30s and 40s. The difference this time is that every single person is a worker. So when we get out on the picket line, we get to be there with people who have different backgrounds, have different experiences, don't look like us. We may think we have very different issues, but we find on the picket line, fighting that corporate greed, that we have way more in common than anything that can divide us. And when we understand that and exercise our power of withholding our labor, we can change things very quickly, because we make the risk too great for those who today are building dick rockets to go into space to leave the rest of us on a burning earth.
So thank you so much for having me along today. It's a real honour to be sharing a panel with so many inspirational speakers. PCS is the largest union representing workers across government departments and agencies, including members working on private contracts delivering public services. So people that would have been civil servants had their work not been privatised. Our members work in job centres, courts, in tax offices, and everything else from coast guards to health and safety inspectors, as cleaners and security guards in government buildings. Our members administer universal credit, but sadly tens of thousands of those members also have to claim that benefit now in order to top up their wages. Tens of thousands of our members fall beneath the national living wage every single year, which means that they have to have an enforced uplift just for the government to stay within the law. Let that sink in from it. Those are government workers directly employed by government. And I think there's always a bit of a perception of bowler-hatted civil servants drinking tea and earning a lot of money, but actually the reality is that many of our members are now in receipt of in-work benefits. Across the public sector, workers have faced 14 years now of pay freezes, pay caps and below inflation pay settlements, and that's been replicated in the private sector too, where low pay and insecure work has become absolutely endemic. Workers have suffered the cost of living crisis in record numbers in the last 5 years. That provoked a wave of industrial action, which we've seen over the last couple of years, and those strikes actually worked. In sector after sector, government and private sector bosses came back to the table with more money that they denied could be found. The collective power of trade unions had delivered better living standards for workers and their families. It didn't reverse 14 years of pain, but it did achieve a better deal for millions of our workforce. As socialists, we often talk about the need for redistribution of wealth and redistributive taxation. Trade unions deliver redistribution pre-taxation, but we also have to recognise that for decades now, we have been on the back foot. Successive anti-union laws have shackled our movement and eroded people's rights in the workplace. Under 18 years of the Tories, from 1979 to 1997, there were 6 Acts of Parliament introduced between 1980 and 1993 that incrementally undermined unions' ability to take lawful industrial action. In 1998, Tony Blair, 1 year into his landslide government, declared the changes that we do propose would leave British law the most restrictive on trade unions in the Western world. Quite. UK workers' wages as a share of GDP shrunk from 65% in the mid-70s to around 50% today. It's no coincidence, is it, that trade union membership has declined from 12 million in 1979 to 6 million today. When you weaken unions, you weaken workers' living standards. Privatisation and outsourcing has also driven down employment costs in many sectors, not just in terms of wages, but poor pension provision and worse terms and conditions like sick pay and holiday entitlement. The UK economy today is about 80% service sector. To have a strong economy, you need a broad base of consumers with disposable income able to spend money in the shops, go to the pub, go to restaurants, go to the cinema, or simply get their hair and nails done. When workers are struggling to make ends meet on low pay, they cut back on doing those things and cut economic growth in the process, and the economic growth rate then slows. And that is why we've been saying very loudly and very clearly to the Labour government, you won't get strong growth without strong growth in workers' wages. The Labour government has said its #1 mission is to have the highest sustained growth in the G7. So the message has to be very clear. To achieve that, you need to boost wages. At the TUC last week, trade unions backed our demand for a coordinated campaign of pay restoration to raise people's living standards. This is important for a number of reasons. And as I've already said, out of refloating stronger economic growth. But secondly, too, for recruitment and retention. We know that in many areas of the public sector, there are huge backlogs caused by understaffing and staff shortages. You cannot solve the NHS waiting list without recruiting and retaining more doctors and nurses. And that is why the settlement of the junior doctors dispute was not just a victory for the BMA and its members, but for all of us, or any of us, on an NHS waiting list, or with a loved one waiting for treatment. So while many unions have welcomed the above-inflation pay rises this year that have just been announced by the government, equally, we also heard Keir Starmer suggest at the TUC this week that in future years, we should not expect that again. To think a one-off, just above inflation rise can compensate for years of real-term pay cuts would be a huge mistake. But trade unions do more than boost wages. We also contribute to growth by improving levels of productivity, training and investment. And let me explain why. By making it harder and more expensive to sack our members because they have secure contracts, better redundancy terms, it incentivises employers to invest in the staff that they have. Happier, better paid and more secure workers are also less likely to leave, and therefore the cost of training and retraining staff can be recouped over a longer period. That investment in the workforce is key to driving productivity increases and vital to higher sustained growth. So it's welcome that Labour is strengthening the employment rights from day one for all workers through its new deal for working people. Of course, we should be urging the government to go much further, though. So in conclusion, Labour won't get the highest sustained growth in the G7 unless it boosts wages, strengthens employment rights, and expands trade union freedoms. There is no path to sustained higher growth through further austerity. That theory has been tested to destruction over the last 14 years. Unless we rebalance the relationship between labour and capital, we are doomed to more of the same. Stronger trade unions and repealing anti-trade union laws are the key to delivering a fairer future. Thank you so much for listening.
So thank you for having me. I don't know if you heard about what has been happening in France over the past weeks. And good, because it's very helpful for us to talk about it. Because if you've been living in France and watching the news, you wouldn't know that there's an actual coup happening. A coup led by Emmanuel Macron on behalf of the capitalist class in France. And he's doing this, as you know, it's called a snap election back in June, and lost it. The left won. Yes. And still, a couple of days ago, he called a member of the party who came last during the election to form the new government. And it's not with guns, as you would imagine coup happening, you know. When you picture coup, it's some unknown African or South American country with military, but it's still very much a coup. And the reason why is doing this, it's been talked about in press leaks, is because it didn't want the program, the platform that came first, the platform of the new Popular Front, the Nouveau Front Populaire, to be implemented. Because one of the key measures that were in this program were the increase of the minimum wage to 1,600 euros, and the cancelling of the pension reform that raised that pushed the retirement age 2 years. And the reason why it's happening, and still the media are acting like nothing is happening, like it's business as usual, is because Macron has been the best help for the working class. He was elected back in 2017. At the time, the 500 richest people in the country own 20% of the GDP. Today, they own the equivalent of 42% of the GDP. You had in 2023, the top 40 French company at the stock exchange hit a record high of 63 billion in dividends paid, ahead of all European countries except the UK. So you're better than us in this. And a couple of days ago, just very recently, there was a report by an NGO called the Secours Populaire, who gives foods to homeless people, or not just homeless people, but a lot of people. And it was a report about poverty in France that showed that 62% of French people say they experiencing or have experienced poverty. It's an increase of 4 points in 1 year. And the people who are most affected are the people from the working class. 80% of blue-collar workers say they have experienced poverty or been on the verge of it. It's an increase in 6 points. Workers are overdrawn twice as often as the rest of the population. And among the people in France, we had 43% of French people who say they almost never eat their home when it's cold. 30% of French people find it difficult to buy enough healthy food. And nearly 1 parent in 3 goes without food in order to feed their children. This is happening in the 7th richest economy in the world. And this is a direct result of Macron's policy on behalf of the ruling class, of the capitalist class. So this is important to remind when we're talking about what's happening in France, because this coup that is still ongoing is happening precisely because the ruling class in France has really benefited from this government and Macron's rule, and doesn't want anything to come between them and their profits, despite the risks. And it's not just despite the risks, they are like willing, in order to keep the profit coming, to hand over power to the far right. That's precisely what was about during the snap election, because those elections were called after the European election, where the far right came first, and that was pretty much the gamble that Macron made, saying that he would hand over power to the far right and see what they do, and that was the bet. But the contrary of what he expected happened, contrary to what every so-called expert and the polls were saying, the far right was beaten and the left won.
Yes.
And I wanted to end with this last part because I think what happened over the weeks, the short campaign we had, it's not just the result of a good platform. We had a good platform. I think that was important. Not just the result of the alliance we were able to rebuild during the election, because we didn't came together for the European election. It's a long story, but maybe we talk about it. And then we were able to unite again and form this new popular front. And that's unity is important. But I think what also showed in the poll, because there was the highest turnout in legislative election than the previous years, especially from young people and from working class people. And I think what made it possible is that over the past 7 years, and especially the 2 previous years, there have been industrial actions, and also there's been this big social movement against the pension reform that showed the majority of the population, even within Macron's electoral base, that opposed his reform, and especially among workers, we were on strike and fought against this reform. And it's only through some, it's not really an executive action, I don't know how to call it, but some very authoritarian measures that Macron used, that he was able to pass this. What I wanted to focus on that to conclude is to show the dynamics between working class struggle, industrial actions, social movements, even if we're not successful as we would have wanted to defeat the pension reform, and the fact that it was a focal point during the campaign, because we campaigned around the cancellation of this reform, and Macron made it a point to say that he wouldn't allow this to happen, to the point that he's actually doing a coup right now. But the fact is that the people, the working class people, young people, defied all the odds and made it possible for the left to win, which hasn't happened in the real left to win, the radical left with a radical program. And I think that's very important for us, because we're not letting him to steal our victory. We've been calling for demonstration. The previous one happened a week ago. There was over the country 300,000 people demonstrating. We got another demonstration happening next Saturday, and we're also calling for an impeachment process against Macron. That would only happen if we're also able to link with trade unions who are calling also demonstration on October 1st. So just to end up with this and saying that the battle is not over. We won the last battle into the polls, and now we gotta win it into the streets and in the working areas also, because we could only defeat Macron's coup if we working class people get into the streets and on strike to actually put pressure on the entire system, and that's what we've been working toward.
So, and I'm going to open the floor for questions, but before, when I was just a speaker, I had also prepared something to say, and I would like to just 5 minutes, if you don't mind. So in the interest of timekeeping, I'm going to go straight to the point. Our political class, our educational establishments, and our media, from the very beginning of our lives, give us an economic narrative which is full of fallacies. They tell us that the government is financially constrained in the same way that households are, and that the reduction of government debt and fiscal deficits is therefore the priority of any responsible government. This argument, constantly repeated to us in books, newspapers, and even TV and popular culture, is weighted against our desire to ensure the well-being of people and is very effectively used to justify the undermining of public institutions and the rolling back of the state. In fact, once we have internalized a view of the government finances as similar to our own, it is very difficult to apply any other form of analysis to policy. We then gravitate towards a very narrow set of solutions, which are often ineffective, that uphold the primacy of the market as the main driving force of the economy, and as such do not threaten the status quo. Modern monetary theory, MMT for short, presents the alternative. It is a true description of the monetary system and the government's capacities. It says, in a nutshell, that a government that issues its own currency, creates it as it spends it, and can never run out of said currency. This government can buy whatever real resources are available for sale in its own currency at any time it wishes to. This technical reality has huge political implications. And many ordinary people, non-academics, who have taken the time to study MMT and understand its nuances, have been led into activism as they realize that our mainstream understanding of economics is leading us through a destructive path and causing great pain to many. Even left-wing economists, often unknowingly trained into these fallacies, typically operate within an inherent contradiction. They wish to use policy to bring capital to heal and improve the lives of the working classes, but believe that to do so, the government is dependent upon its ability to continuously raise cash from capital itself. Thus, by making capital a necessity, they are forced to tolerate and appease it, undermining their very aims. MMT may seem to sound as simply technical jargon, but MMT's money story is actually full of politics. The story speaks of a central power who wishes to provision itself with real resources, labor, raw materials, etc. To do so, it creates a currency and it gives itself exclusive right to issue it. It then creates the need for the private sector to earn that currency by imposing taxes that can only be paid with it, forcing us into seeking paid employment. In this story, the currency gains exchange value through its quality of being a tax credit. The market is therefore far from natural, like the mainstream argues, but a side effect of the government's coercive power. This is the reality of how society's resources are routinely mobilized, through government spending, which creates money, followed by taxation, which destroys it. In the past, monarchies and emperors would have done this. As we move towards democracy, this power needs to be put exclusively to the service of public purpose, in the interest of the many and not the few, as Jeremy Corbyn might say. The limits of policy are not defined by the availability of cash, as we are so accustomed to discussing them, but by the availability of real resources in our economy, primarily labor. This means unemployment, far from a necessary tool used to control inflation, is unnecessary, wasteful, as well as being quite brutal on those who experience it. This also means that the costing of policy should not be carried out in monetary terms or offset against equivalent taxation, but it should be discussed in terms of real resources. So we should not ask, is there enough money for the NHS? It's a given there is. The question is, are there enough nurses, enough doctors, enough beds, etc.? And what needs to happen? What needs to happen to ensure there is? This presents a different set of constraints, one defined in real terms rather than financial terms, and massively expands the scope of possibility for the nation, but particularly for left-wing parties and activists. I'll leave you with these thoughts, and I'd like now to open the floor for questions for any of our speakers.
Okay, right. Okay. Okay, right. So actually, you know, I was going to ask the question directed specifically at Patricia, because she wasn't, you know, she wasn't given her speech, but she's done it. But I just wanted to quickly say that what I wanted to say: labour, capital, land are the means of production. They are the real resources. We're the 6th richest country in the world, and we have plenty. And we had the same real resources after the financial crash as we did before. There was no need for austerity.
Yeah, hi. My question, which I had in mind before you even started actually, was about growth. Because Fran raised it as something that you have to sort of challenge the government's idea that it can grow by treating workers with contempt. My question is, why don't we challenge the idea of growth altogether? I mean, capitalist growth surely means more efficient raping of the planet and more efficient exploitation of workers. So with the expertise there, I'd love to hear more about exploring degrowth. I don't know how serious an economic concept that is because I'm not a specialist, but I really would like to hear what you have to say about it. Thanks.
I've got a big voice, so I'll just say what I have to say. Sorry, just 1 second. Oh, sorry.
Wave.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think my question was just asked, but it was to Fran, and given what Patricia just said was another economic fallacy is why we have to have constant regrowth. And actually we should be looking at degrowth, otherwise we're into omnicide quite soon. So, sorry.
Yeah, can I just shout? Yes, Carol. Thank you. Mine's to Fran as well, but I think other people, particularly union members and those empowering unions, need to take heed. With around 30,000 job vacancies in the DWP, and with a government previously who has just started a massive migration of people over to universal credit, I currently work pretty well full-time as a volunteer with claimants who are trying to deal with a system that has become more and more digitalised and less for them. They have little hope of getting support because money for all those support services has been dropped. Recently, job centres had security guards on strike. So my question, Fran, is why the hell aren't your members balloting for a mass strike action in order to get this Labour government to understand whatever they think they're going to migrate over to is going to cause more and more deaths of people who are disabled and vulnerable, never mind the winter fuel thing being removed from pensioners. And I'm one of those people who will struggle this winter, and I've got a disabled son, but I won't. I'm not on pension credits, I won't get that. I fall under that threshold. Okay, well, look, thank you for all those questions, and we could be here all night, couldn't we? Talking about the arguments around austerity and whether austerity is necessary. Now, whether Sir Keir Starmer calls it austerity or whether he calls it something else, if it looks like cuts and it looks like further privatisation, it probably is austerity in anything but name. And I think what we heard from him at the TUC this week is that they're going to have some very difficult choices because of the black hole they've been left with. Well, unfortunately, those difficult choices always seem to land on the poor and the most vulnerable, don't they? There are other difficult choices they could be making around taxation, which is what a number of us were arguing for. And don't be fooled by the media around the TUC. That was a heavily sanitised debate. The questions were very carefully selected so as not to cause any embarrassment to the Prime Minister. And all the questions that might have potentially raised a bit of a debate were carefully deselected. So we are, I don't think we're under any illusions that we are going to have a pretty tough time ahead. And I mean, we're a union that's not affiliated to the Labour Party, largely because the government's our employer. So when the Labour is in government, you would actually be giving money to your own employer. And so that's a debate that, whilst it's been had many times within PCS and its predecessors, has never actually been successfully argued. But the arguments around growth, we've just commissioned 2 bits of academic research. The first bit was around restoration and the fact that public sector pay had been held down now for well over 14 years, but in particular since the Condems came to power. And for that reason, there has to be an element in the public sector of restoration and not just inflation-proof pay rises. But the second piece of research is probably the more relevant to what we're talking about, was all about how paying people properly pays for itself, because it boosts the economy. And the banks and others are trying to make the argument at the moment, aren't they, that somehow if you boost pay, then that's going to drive up inflation, when in fact the exact opposite has been proven in terms of the piece of research that we've had commissioned. So there's a really important argument that we need to be taking to this new government, and quickly. And that sort of leads on to Carol's question, because of course our members are employed to do quite difficult jobs and not always particularly popular jobs. We don't have the same public sympathy as perhaps a nurse or even a teacher, but they're jobs that keep the country running. So really are, excuse me, I'm really croaky, really are from cradle to grave. And often what the media in particular try to do is pit workers against benefit claimants. And if you can create a dispute between them, then you let the government off the hook, because it's actually those economic choices that are being delivered. So we go to some lengths to work with claimant organisations, with unemployed workers combines and others, to turn the blame where it's due, and that is at the government that makes the decisions. So the security guard strike, and actually that's a really good example, Carol, of a work that would have previously been civil service work, thank you, got sold off and privatised, not to the highest bidder, but to the lowest bidder. So the bidder that puts in the minimum wage, the no sick pay, and the lack of terms and conditions wins the contract, because obviously the previous government had an ideological sort of belief in privatisation and selling contracts to to their mates in big business. So those security guards who keep job centres safe are on the minimum wage and have very poor terms and conditions. And there has been a dispute, but both with GMB, who are the union with recognition for those guards, but also a number of them are PCS members. So we've also taken our members out on strike over the same issues, and clearly that's an ongoing issue. But the point that Carol raises around the whole benefit system is a debate that's long overdue. So in PCS, we always try and articulate not just what we don't want to see, but actually what would be a good alternative. So we set out a strategy around an alternative social security system, and we believe that debate needs to take place, whoever's in government. And really, universal credit is just the tip of the iceberg, because what lies behind that is a ramping up of sanctions and conditionality. So in other words, you make work insecure, you offer 0-hour contracts and jobs that aren't sustainable, but then you demonstrate that you're getting people off the books because you're getting them into work, when in fact that work is never going to sustain people and boost the economy. So there is a real piece of work that needs to take place around the whole social security system. We've set out a number of documents. We've written to the incoming government to set up a dialogue around all of those issues. So the question about
when will we ballot? We will ballot. We were expecting a response on Friday, hasn't come, but we're expecting a response this week to our multiple bullet point letter around the issues we want to engage on. And it's once we get a response on some of those issues that the union will determine next steps in terms of ballot. But I mean, don't be under any illusions. We recognise that whilst a lot in the New Deal for working people is very welcome, the devil will be in the detail, and it'll be our job as a movement to hold that government to account and to make sure that we want every aspect of that New Deal for working people driven through, not for them to just pick and choose. So hopefully that's addressed some of it. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, about the growth and degrowth debate, because that's one of the talking points that media like to oppose to us especially during the presidential campaign, and we had a lot of caricature of our position, saying that we want degrowth and go back to the Stone Age and things like that, and I think. Just to take not just see the opposition of growth or degrowth, but what do we want to grow and what do we want to degrow? Because, for instance, you're talking about public services. We want a growth of public services and more public services, and we want to degrowth the industry that accentuate climate change. For instance, we need to grow the number of farming people if you want to stop with the capitalist agricultural system. We need more labor actually in the agricultural sector if you want to turn this sector into a more environmental friendly one. So I think a way to answer this is to say it depends what you want to grow and what you want. We need to degrow a lot of things. We need more sobriety. I don't know if that's the word. Because we need to use less energy and to adapt to climate change, but we need to grow on certain areas more. So just not to oppose in a binary, position, but say what do we want, what do we need, and what do we need to grow, and what do we need to grow. I think
Just very quickly on the degrowth thing, I think I saw West Streeting talking about a month ago about how we needed to wait for the economy to grow before we could spend on public services. And only if it grows, we can have money to spend. Obviously, that gets the order of things wrong, and that's all part of this narrative that you first have to have the market, and then the market funds the services that we need. I feel that that's very much, part of the whole narrative that MMT is trying to challenge of you've got things the wrong way round. There's a lot to discuss with the degrowth. One of the things is that growth isn't, the way that we measure it is very flawed. It's almost meaningless. And I think that there are things that we need more of. We need more green activity. We need more, we need to clean the oceans. We need to build housing. We need to do things that actually contribute to our well-being and sustainable future. But we need to cut back on, consumerism and perhaps some luxuries. And maybe the COVID pandemic might have been, when we cut down on non-essentials, might have been a good time to have that conversation of what do we actually need to make us happy and what do we actually don't need. Again, that's a big conversation, but I just wanted to mention those. We have a couple of questions from online, from cyberspace for either Sarah or Baker. The first one is, how can we convince more people to join unions, especially in non-unionized jobs? And the second question is, do we need a political education program about capital, labor, and trade unionism?
Well, first of all, if we're going to encourage people to join unions, they have to feel like it is something for them. Part of the issue here, I went to a White House convening in 2012 when President Obama was in office. And it was a convening on women in the economy. And we spoke all morning about the gender pay gap and what we needed to do about that. And we talked about supporting women entrepreneurs and all these things. And then we had a breakout session, and the moderator said, does anyone have any questions or anything to say? And I raised my hand, and she called on me, and I said, why are we not talking about the one thing that would obliterate the gender wage gap? And that is making sure that women have a clear path to join unions and run their unions and ensure that we have the union contracts that are the great equalizers. And also give women the power to sit across from their boss at the table and make the demands and have that respect and own that respect. Why have we not talked about that? And she sort of looked, and she looked around the room, and then she called on the next person. And when the event was over, someone was talking to me, so I was delaying a little bit leaving, and the moderator came up to me and she said, oh, I wanted to thank you so much for your comments, for your great comments. And I said, really? I said, now that everyone's gone and the lights are off and the cameras are turned off, I said, listen, it's great that we have a president who's willing to say the word union, but as long as you are trying to balance the federal budget on the backs of workers by cutting pension benefits, by cutting pay, you are putting us in a position of fighting for what we had yesterday. That is not inspirational, and people don't want to join that. And you are going to lose your base for actually promoting a country that is of, by, and for the people, as we say. And so we do really have to press these people in charge to say, you have got it backwards. You have to invest in the people first. The billionaires hang on to the money, right? You have to invest in the people first. We are never going to get the rich people to agree to vote to tax away their money. We are never going to get the industrial war complex to say that we shouldn't spend more on military funding until we actually have people who are engaged and feel the power of owning their governments and are in their unions and have the power to say that we actually want peace. So what I would say actually to our union leaders around the world is that we will sit back and say, that is so hard to organize. There are so many hurdles in the way of organizing. Well, take one look at what the United Auto Workers in the United States started 1 year ago when their famous strike started and said, no, hell no, we're going to fight, just like the great organizer Mother Jones said 100 years ago when she was crisscrossing the United States and trying to ban child labor. She said the capitalists say there is no need of labor organizing except the fact that they themselves are continually organizing shows us their real beliefs. The capitalists want the most amount of labor for the least amount of money, including slavery. Thank you. Labor wants the most amount of money for the least amount of labor. Now, we can get a little queasy about saying that, but we should own that, because as there is innovation that is coming from working people who create everything in this world of value, we should share in the innovation of that aspect. She said, labor builds the world's palaces and creates all the wealth, but neither spends the wealth nor dwells in the palaces. If you would only understand that you hold the whole solution in your hand. If, for example, every worker in every industry were to simply hold up and stop working, the capitalists would yield to any and all demands because the world could not go on. So the fight that the UAW took up with very big demands, and let me say, they didn't meet all of their demands. And one of the things that Sean Fain says as people were trying to criticize him, even though the country was inspired by this big fight, 75% of Americans supported that strike, even though they were inconvenienced.
because they knew the fight was about them too. And what he said was, if you get everything that's in your demands, you weren't demanding enough. And finally, I'll just say that Mother Jones also said to the striking miners who were gunned down in Ludlow, Colorado in 1914 after being on strike and in a tent city taking on the coal barons, where they turned out the Colorado National Guard to fire on the strikers and then set a flame to the tent encampment and killed women and children, including a woman who was pregnant, down in a pit trying to hide from the gunfire. She came there and she said, sure, you lost. Because anytime it's a conflict between the Constitution and bayonets, bayonets are going to win every time. But you will fight and win. You will fight and lose. But you must fight. And miners from all over the state came and defended them and marched the military out and set up their own government. This is not a part of the story that is told, but this is our history, is that workers have fought and died for these rights because this is the only way to put a check on runaway capitalism that has humanity nowhere in its equation. And so the only way that we put that check in place is to open our arms wide to workers, to say, come join these unions, come join these fights. And if it starts with striking for that recognition, then that is the way that we have to do it. Because we have to inspire a mass movement. We do not have enough organizers to speak with every single worker. But if you talk about the ideas of what we can do to own our world, and specifically, I want to very much call out MMT, because this is something that will free our minds. The idea of a deficit and scarcity is what has kept people in their place. It has kept people feeling competition with each other, rather than understanding our common bonds of lifting everything up. And so if we understand that, and we understand that before we tax the billionaires, because we should, because they simply have too much money and control in our politics, we don't have to tax them before we invest in the people and give them the strength to vote and join unions and believe that there can be a better day, and understand that the immigrants are not their enemies, but they are people who are coming from destitution to try to make their lives better, just like the rest of us. Yes. So solidarity is the answer, and this is what we have to preach, because we're never going to do it one-on-one like the organizers teach us to do it. We have to set the demands high, help people understand that they are part of an inspirational movement that includes everyone, and that an injury to one is an injury to all, because the capitalists will continue to use that to try to make us believe that we're in competition and to try to get people not to sign that union card. And the last thing I will just say is that oftentimes we think that the labor movement is only the people who are already in unions. But the fact of the matter is that the labor movement is every single working person, including the mother who is changing those diapers.
Yes, yes, yes.
We are one. Thank you.
I think Sarah covered both questions in one go. I just want to, in a way that no one else can, but I just want to add to the point about should we educate? Do we need to educate? And I think we need to educate because of everything that Sarah just mentioned. And we need to listen to them as well. We need to listen to the younger generation that is still on the path of where do we go in all of this? How do we learn what is the right way that will guarantee me my safe pay, my right to decent wages, my right to understand the values of what used to happen, but how do we work with this new world that is taking over? This is very important. So yes, we have to educate them about labor and capital and how do we manage our way and make sure that we remain in power. How do we ensure that our collective bargaining power doesn't fall behind, because they are the future of the movement. They are the continuation of everything that we are doing. So I just wanted to highlight, we have to listen, we have to give them the space, and then we can educate each other together. Thank you.
The growth artificial intelligence is doing a lot of harm to many people, and now in Palestine. The growth artificial intelligence.
Hi, my question's for Danielle specifically. It's to do with the fact that I've been involved in activism for nearly 10 years, and I've admired tremendously the spirit of the French people in terms of the degree to which the working class in France make their voices known versus the situation here in this country. I just feel we were much more passive, much more tolerant. Obviously, the Iraq War and the situation in Gaza has fired people up. But because I'm hard of hearing, I was looking at some of the captions online and I saw some of the comments. And there are some really distraught, demoralized people making comments about the fact that we know what the problems are, but what are the solutions? So what advice, Danielle, would you give to us on the left to sort of inspire people who are, shall we say, a little bit more passive about things which we would, I think the French probably wouldn't tolerate, like the two-child benefit cap and the NHS going to seed and all sorts of things happening to the benefit system. What advice would you give us?
Yes, bravo. What is the action now?
Okay. I don't know if I could give advices, but I think conversation like the one we're having is giving an idea of what the kind of dynamics can change a situation that people thought that was stuck and would never change. I know that French people like to think themselves of, these revolutionary people and with, but we also felt like for a long time that nothing would move and all of a sudden, it doesn't happen all of a sudden because we know what's happened, in the labor movement. As I said, when we managed to have this electoral win, it was because over the past 2 years, we had industrial action. We had small fights, small strikes, and this big movement against pension reform that nobody expected actually to happen because that's, class struggle and happening even if it's not obvious. And I think that's even the fact that nobody expected this win, and people just went and decided that what the pundits and the polls were saying would not happen because they wouldn't let it happen because it was about their lives. The threat of the far right is about their livelihood and also their actual lives for people threatened to get kicked out of the country because of their religion and their immigrant background and stuff. So I would say that what we experienced the past years is as a movement, as a political movement, is to be within the social movement, and especially young people, because they've been leading the environmental climate change movements. Also, the support for Palestine was very important among the youth, like in a lot of other countries. And also to stick to our principle and value when it comes to racism and Islamophobia, because we are a lot of, that was the main tool from the ruling class to divide the movement. And in France, it's weakened the left for a long time because a lot of people on the left didn't recognize Islamophobia as structural racism. And I think working on that managed to actually unite people and give them strength and see that there were people that stood with them. And those are the people who came to the polls and who fought back and are fighting now and preparing the next steps. So I would say, but I don't think it's unique to France actually, because when we've seen what has been happening here when it comes to the solidarity with Palestine movement and those massive demonstrations, it's very inspirational as much as what's been happening in the US with the auto worker strikes and so I think I've learned over the past now 10 to more years a lot from international struggles all over the world and people fighting back, and despite what the media is trying to say that there's a lot of discontent all over the world against neoliberal policies, and they haven't managed to win over the people, and people are fighting back all over. So.
A small point I want to make is I would kill to have some of the experiences that you have had, and these women have seen firsthand the hardship that the current situation is causing to so many people. My main driver has always been this idea that unemployment is completely unnecessary. And I read news about unemployment in the UK going down from 4.2 to 4.1%, and that's being seen as a huge success somehow. But we're still talking about over 1 million people, I think it's 1.7 million people in the UK who are unemployed, people who are seeking employment and can't find it. And we are saying these people have absolutely nothing to contribute to our society. And we're making them go through horrific hardship as a result of it. And I think that is an abomination, the fact that we are routinely using unemployment as an inflation control tool, as if it was just a technicality, and there weren't actually people behind these numbers. So unemployment is the beating stick that capital uses against workers, is the thing that they keep us in check with, is the thing that they make us afraid of the most. So we need to fight for a job guarantee and say that employment is a right. And the MMT narrative is incredibly important for that, but that needs to be at the center of all these stories and all these claims, employment as a human right. Do we have time for one more question? Sorry. Do we have time for one more question? Okay, a few more.
Can you hear me? Oh, God. Sarah, listening to you, listen to all of you, but when I was listening to Sarah, it's great to be reminded of the power that people have. And it would just be great if we could get everybody behind the idea of how much power we've got and the individuals of how much power we've got. I just want a general strike. If people coordinated in those organisations and actually called that strike, we could bring this country to its knees. They would have no choice but to treat each and every one of us all the disabled, all those people that are so vulnerable, with dignity. I wish I could organise it, because I would. I do myself, but I'm not one person, but if we could all call for a general strike.
I'm in.
Hi. I'm very glad to see a whole panel of women, and particular trade unionists. I'm from Angola, and my question is 2 months ago in my country, there was a general strike that took place for more than 11 days. The reality is that after the strike, it was the first one in the country, never happened before. It's historically the first time Angolan workers came together for a general strike. All trade unions came together and staged that strike. Nothing changed. It was like nothing happened in the country. And that puzzled all of us, because these are the tenets that we have, that if workers stage a general strike, some change is going to happen. Something is going to happen. The government will do something. But it didn't. So what is the way forward? And I look at you as the representatives of the biggest economies in the world, and as trade unionists and workers, and we talk so much about solidarity. So how is that solidarity will happen when things like that happen and we don't even know, because you are a new colonial economy, and think that next month Biden is supposed to go to Angola. They are going to deal with the Lubito railway recently. That means to make sure that all the goods that came from the Congo are able to go through the sea and to the other side, and also to affect the advance of China in that region. So it is important that we also look in our struggles, how can we bring those struggles together? How can workers really unite internationally? And that I would like to see, but that's to be practical. How do we do it? How do I know there is a Sarah Nelson in the United States that can help my struggle when our airlines are being taken by another country? How can we do and contact another transport union leader? How can they come together? How can we strategize in order to make this fight to be meaningful, not just for the workers in this part of the world, but every worker in the world?
Bravo! Thank you. Across the world.
Does a woman want to talk first? Because men talk too much, so you might try another woman.
Yes.
I feel as if I'm speaking out of turn. No. But have you ever considered the campaign for universal basic income?
Yes, please. What about the people who can't work? What about the people who can't work? You still get universal basic income. Everyone gets. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Everyone's talking about work. Some people can't work, and a lot of work is bullshit. It's not any use. It's not useful.
So first of all, I just want to address the strike, and can't address everything that you just said, but of course, through ITF, I would hope that we are organizing around issues for transport workers where we can be supporting each other. So that, but we have to remember that the strike is our tactic, solidarity is our power.
And so talking about a general strike, someone else said it. I want workers to understand the power that they have. Talking about that helps people understand the power that we can have, which is a really important component in taking on any fight. But there is a formula. Number one, you must define the problem. A convening like this, where we're talking about the problems around the world, is really important. We have to be talking with each other about what the problems are that we need to solve. And then you have to set demands. And then demands are pretty typically very obvious after you define the problem about how to fix it. Then you need to back up what you're willing to do to get those demands. That includes the general strike. It includes supporting other workers. It includes understanding that supporting someone else's fight is your own. And you have to add urgency. And oftentimes, if we're doing this, if we are defining the problems and we are setting the demands about the things that need to change, we don't actually, Sean Fain has said, all workers around the world, let's unite and get ready for a general strike on May 1st, 2028. Okay, so we can organize around that, but we have to be ready for it too. Because when the crisis comes, everyone will be paying attention, and the crisis capitalists will have their plans, and if we are ready with our demands, then we can use that strike as the tactic with our solidarity, understanding each other's struggles in order to advance in a major way what we need. There was a 35-day government shutdown in the United States where they had locked out 1 million workers. Another 1 million contractors were just without work at all, and some were forced to come to work without pay. And it wasn't until the union said that we were going to take control and we were going to strike to end that government shutdown, which supposedly was a political discussion, that when a few flights in New York City started to stop, because we had defined the power that workers had, suddenly there was a solution where there was none before. Because what Trump had hoped to do is to privatize all parts of government by showing that you don't need a government, by having this government shutdown that goes on forever, or accruing a benefit to the people in charge by having a major aircraft accident or a terrorist incident because we don't have the structures in order to be able to keep people safe. So we have to understand that they are waiting for the next crisis. We have to plan now and be ready and understand when we can exercise our power too. And on universal basic income, we have to take care of the people who need help. That is really important. We have to have social programs for people who cannot work. But universal basic income is not the answer, because you are going to have people saying, this is what you are worth. As opposed to, when I go to a party anywhere with the working class, what's one of the first questions people ask is what do you do? People identify with the work that they do. When you talk about the cruelty of 5%, of 4.1%, of people being out of work, that is not an inflation controller. That is a demoralizing experience for the people who are going through that process of not being able to contribute. Most people in this world want to be able to contribute. And I think back to the pharmaceutical companies during COVID who were arguing not to give an exemption at the WTO so that we could share the recipe of the vaccine with the rest of the world to end that pandemic. And their argument was that if we do that, there will never be anyone who innovates anything ever again because money is the motivator. We know in this room that that is not true. There are people with kindness in their hearts, kindness for their neighbors, kindness for their families, and who want to take pride in the job that they do. And so it is really important that we are focusing on a jobs guarantee, which is entirely possible in the new green economy that we need to build. There are plenty of jobs to do. Also during the pandemic, there were nursing homes that were understaffed, And they came to the flight attendants to say, since you don't have work and there's not as many flights, and you have the basic first responder skills, you would be the perfect people to do this work in the nursing homes. Overnight, 10,000 flight attendants raised their hands to help and come in and volunteer in these nursing homes to help people. But the reason that we couldn't get it done is because hedge funds had bought up the nursing homes and didn't have the protective equipment for flight attendants to go in and do the work, and said that they had to take the liability if they got sick or if the patient died on their watch. Shame. But the point is, there is work for everyone to be done. And there is the pride that we can take in contributing to the world. So this is my answer to universal basic income is, yes, we need to make sure that everyone has a basic standard. But the answer is not universal basic income. The answer as a basis is a jobs guarantee, because there is plenty of work to go around, and they have used this as a whip against the working class for too long, and we have to deny it.
Two things. I actually sponsored a bill about the job guarantee, so I 100%, 200% agree with you. And also about what you said about the general strike, like nothing happened, something monumental happened. I think it's very important to tell this story, and also the job of trade unionists and political activists to learn from it, even if you didn't win. Because as I said, 2 years ago when we had this big social movement against the pension reform, we didn't win. And the movement was crushed with police violence and harassment against activists and stuff. But something happened during those 11 days of general strike, which is, I think everybody who's been in a strike or a social movement knows that organizing to go picketing or to collect money for people, and that's a learning experience that sometimes you wait years to get. So I think it's very important, even if you didn't win, that's your job as an activist or a trade unionist to make it an experience that will strengthen the fight the next time. And I think that there's many things to learn and to share and to grow from this experience for you.
I know we're pushing our luck. One last sentence. We do have jobs available, but we want decent, well-paid, secure jobs, not the gig economy. The gig economy is not an answer to our jobs. This is something also very important that we have been challenging the companies. We have been challenging these business models. So we want decent wages, we want decent jobs, we want secure jobs.
I'm glad we're all in agreement. We've run out of time, I believe, and but we could talk about these issues forever, but thank you all for coming, and yeah. Thank you to our speakers as well.
Coordinator of the Progressive International, which I'll introduce in just a bit. But I have the honor of sharing the stage with four incredible activists, academics, and illustrious speakers who I want to introduce very quickly. Beena and Vijay, you've already heard from this morning. Beena is an Indigenous peace builder and scholar, fellow at the Asia Center at Harvard, and spearheading the women-led peace and disarmament movement. Vijay Prashad is an Indian historian and journalist, as we've heard fired from 20, 25 outlets through his life. But Prashad is the author of nearly 40 books, including Washington Bullets, Red Star Over the Third World, and a couple of new ones that you should all read that he has sitting on his desk right here. And to my left, I want to welcome Professor David White, who's a professor of climate justice at Queen Mary University of London, where he's the director of the Center for Climate Crime and Climate Justice. Oh, you have to tell us about climate crime. His research focuses on the relationship between law and corporate power, and mainly the regulation of business in a wide range of contexts, including working conditions and institutional fraud and corruption. And finally, our fourth speaker to my left is Tori Chow, who is a climate justice activist and writer from Hong Kong. And her debut book, It's Not Just You, explores the intersections between the environmental and mental health crises. It was shortlisted for the Wainwright Prize, and she's also a senior advisor for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, Climate Justice Lead for Brian Eno's Earth%, and campaigner with the Stop Rosebank Coalition. Very warm welcome to all of my fellow speakers, and I'm delighted to open this final panel for today. And thank you for being an incredibly attentive audience on a long day and a post-lunch, especially a lunch that I heard was delicious and quite filling, so I'm glad we don't have too many dozing faces in the audience right now. All right, so to start off with, again, I'm Barsha Gandikota from the Progressive International, which is an initiative to unite, mobilize, and organize left-wing forces across the world that's launched in 2020. Our simple mission stated is to make solidarity more than a slogan. What does that mean? It means if Amazon, as a hyper-powerful, hyper-mobile, transnational monster, exists as a company with its tentacles spread out everywhere, we, in response, organize the Make Amazon Pay campaign, which is unions in every single Amazon factory and its invisible supply chain going on strike all together, all at once, everywhere in 35 countries together on Black Friday. If the world we've inherited has a Pfizer and a Moderna and a Johnson & Johnson, who again act with transnational impunity, holding COVID-19 vaccines under lock and key and refusing to release the patents. In response, our work looks like bringing together the government of Cuba, which is producing its own vaccines, together with governments of Mexico, Argentina, Kerala government, India, Kisumu County, Kenya, to say, let's produce COVID-19 vaccines without patent, not putting it under lock and key at solidarity prices for the world. So those are the kind of creative experiments that we at the Progressive International are attempting to answer this, or in respect of this mission of making solidarity more than a slogan. But today I've been given the mandate of talking about climate justice and land rights. And one of the phrases that's kind of really come back in vogue, I think, in these climate and land conversations is that of reparations. For some time now, if you were in rooms in the West, in North America, in Europe, you could really almost be fooled into believing we were entering a new era. You know, progressive movements are winning reparations for slavery, if not in the US, at least in California. Some artifacts are being returned from Europe back to Africa, and you're still kind of, the North really wants you to believe that they're entering this new era and that they're mindful of their wrongs of the past, which is actually something George Bush says in the first year of his presidency at the site of Goree Island of the transatlantic slave trade in Senegal, standing there declares, we've entered a new era. I want to pause for a second because I can see some people holding their... How about this one? I'm going to be, do I have the organizer's permission to turn the other one off? Great. This is for our virtual audience, the other mic, so. Yeah, so why am I talking about reparations, right? Even though it's really in vogue and everyone wants to do kind of land acknowledgements and talk about reparations, essentially because I think it's bullshit. And the reason I think that is, look at something like Zimbabwe. If you go to Zimbabwe, if you go to Harare, which is the capital city of Zimbabwe right now, you will see a country that is under crippling sanctions, that has switched to a literal barter system in large parts of the country because there's simply no money floating around and there's inflation to a completely unreasonable degree. Why is this? You have to go back to when the British assaulted Zimbabwe, back when it was southern Rhodesia. And essentially what they did is take away all of the land from the local Black African people and create just 10% of native reserves where they were allowed to hold land. And all of the other arable land was given away to the white settlers from Europe and from South Africa. So naturally, when there was an independence movement, land was at the very center of this question of Zimbabwean independence. And they said, we're taking our land back from just 4,000 white settler families, by the way, that still existed in Zimbabwe at the time. And it is, could be argued, one of the largest land reform programs, whether successful or unsuccessful is debatable, but one of the largest land reform programs attempted since the Cold War. And in fact, kind of contrary to its character, the United Kingdom at the time says, you know what, we'll take responsibility for this because we realize it's a legacy of our colonialism and we are going to pay compensation to the white farmers in this Lancaster Agreement, which of course, 20 years later, they do nothing. Not a single pound has been transferred from London to Harare. Everyone's waiting around for something to happen. And Claire Short from our dear new Labour government, declares, we're a new government that comes from diverse backgrounds. We don't actually have any links to the colonial past. I don't think we have to take responsibility for this anymore, and just washes her hands off of the Lancaster Agreement. Then finally, with their hands forced, the veterans of the Zimbabwean independence war take matters into their own hands and start appropriating land. And the Zimbabwean government kicks into gear and starts appropriating land. What happens? Boom. Instantly, you have sanctions from the UK, from the US, from Europe, claiming that the government is indulging in human rights abuses. But if you look at the actual documents that authorize these sanctions, as I want to do because it's my job, you see the phrase disrespect of private property laws over and over and over again, which is the real reason for why the sanctions came into place. And they're still in place. And in the US, there's more and more that's been added, whereas, for instance, it makes it official policy for any US staffer to veto any international financing to the Zimbabwean government to this day from the IMF, from the World Bank.
if all of this sounds insane, what's happening in Zimbabwe right now is that the same 4,000 white colonizer families who had lost their lands and demanded compensation are still demanding compensation and still enjoy support from London, from masters in the Netherlands and in the United States. And now the governments have said, yeah, fine, we lift sanctions if you pay them compensation of $3.5 billion. This is not money that the Zimbabwean government has. So of course, it said we can't pay, and waited and waited and waited until it's gotten to the stage of destitution, where now it's gone knocking on the doors of the African Development Bank for a loan to repay the white former colonizer families the $3.5 billion in order to get the boot of the sanctions off their neck. If I wanted to write a kind of noir tragedy script, I still wouldn't be able to make up this story, because it is so dark and so kind of outside the realm of what we imagine as something that is possible in a post-colonization world. So forget reparations. What we're really looking at is reverse reparations. And the same is true in other parts of the world, right? Look at Honduras, the Caribbean, again, another part of the world where the UK has assaulted the land of the people who were there, the Royal African Company, which is the East India Company that came to, India, my country's shores, but back in the Caribbean, which, by the way, historians think is the company that transported the largest number of African slaves throughout the transatlantic trade, something that doesn't get talked about enough. What's happening there? If you go to Tegucigalpa, which is the capital of Honduras right now, you will see that the country is on the brink of bankruptcy. And who's bankrupting it? One private company called Prospera Incorporated that has a lawsuit over the government for $10.8 billion, which happens to be 2/3 of the small country's annual national budget. Why? Because Honduras has many beautiful islands, and one of those islands is an island called Roatan, where Peter Thiel, our friend Peter Thiel, who many of you might recognize, and if you don't, you can recognize him from the contracts given out by the Department of Leveling Up from this very country for NHS reform, to a company that's Palantir, which is a defense company that also does all the surveillance systems in Israel against Palestinians. Peter Thiel decides he wants to build a libertarian paradise, a free-floating island, free-floating in every sense of the word, by the way. So free-floating out of the reach of the government, out of the reach of the residents. They come in, take over the land through something called a special economic, ZA law, which is a special economic zones law, put in place by a narco government that itself is put in place through a US military coup. And through that law, they institute Bitcoin as formal tender. They make voting based on voting proportionate to the amount of land that you hold, and literally shut off water supply to the entire fishing community that exists there when they try to protest. So now, finally, years later, when there is a new socialist government in power, and there is the government of Xiomara Castro, and they've abolished the ZA's law and said, this is our land, our water, we're taking it back, boom, again, they're instantly hit with a lawsuit of $10.8 billion, which is something that is legally allowed in our international system through something called ISDS, a secret investor-state dispute settlement clause, where everything has to be settled in a secret corporate tribunal in the World Bank, a clause that exists in every free trade agreement and bilateral investment treaty of this country, the United Kingdom, and the US with all of the countries around it. And so Honduras finds itself now on the brink of bankruptcy. Why am I telling you these stories? Because everywhere that you look, everywhere in my encounters in my work, when we see the Global South resisting, we see it being punished. We see it being punished for taking back its land, for taking back its water, its air, its economy, and even its institutions. I was a member of the official South African delegation to the ICJ. What's in the ICJ? It's impossible to not be stunned when you were in the room, in the Peace Palace, in The Hague, looking at the evidence. And so much of that evidence was also about climate, right? If you look at the studies, just in the first 60 days of Israel's assault on Gaza, we've produced something to the equivalent of 150,000 tons of burning coal. Or to take another kind of metaphor, I think something to the equivalent of the carbon emissions produced in 1 year of 20 climate vulnerable countries in just the first 2 months of Israel's assault on Gaza. And that's a significant underestimate because they only looked at a small representative sample. And of course, the organization that does all of this research and has been meticulously putting this data together is UNRWA, which instantly loses its funding a week after the ICJ case, using claims that are now largely debunked, but it took the United Kingdom 7 months to reverse that decision. They suspended the funding to UNRWA in January of this year, and it's only in July now that the UK said, maybe we'll give it some money back, which also happens to be just a third of what it used to get long ago. To go through all of these kind of stories might seem like me setting out an incredibly pessimistic, depressing state of the world. But the reason to say this is to say we really forget reparations. We're living in an age of revenge. From polluted water supplies to toxic smoke-filled air that Vijay talked about in Palestine, to it coming back to haunt Europe. Italy tries to ban oil fracking in its own company, and it's hit with a lawsuit with the same clause, as Ecuador was hit with Chevron, as Guatemala was hit with Teco. So you see that the same kind of weapons that empire uses against the colonies come back to haunt it also. And so it's intolerable, right? This kind of punishment and plunder is really, really intolerable, but it proves to us that forget the Cold War, forget before, after, pre-World War II, it doesn't matter. Throughout, in every era of history, what has been central to the mission of countries here is accumulation at the core, which is threatened by economic sovereignty in the South. But what is even more obscene than this is, for me, is the obfuscation of the terms of the debate. So if you look at climate reports, if you go and look at the Global Food Crisis report produced by the UN over the last 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, what you get is a list of countries on the brink of food scarcity, right? They're just like, food crisis countries, food crisis countries. What's actually putting them in food crisis? No mention. There are only 4 companies in the world today, the ABCDs as they're called, Bunge, Cargill, Louis Dreyfus, and ADM, who control 80% of all agricultural production across the world. No mention. You can download these, do Control F for any of these companies' names, and you will not find them there. When Russia invades Ukraine, we hear news stories over and over and over again about how they've deprived the world of wheat. Now we know, looking back, the supply changed by 1%. At the time of the invasion, the supply of wheat exports from the entire area of Russia and Ukraine only changed by 1%, but the food prices spiked by 50%. How does something like that happen? Because hedge funds based solely in London and New York made $1.9 billion speculating on food prices well before the invasion even occurs, because they'd heard news of armies amassing on the border and began to buy up bushels of wheat and wheat contracts well before. All this to say, with the climate conversation, I think it's often the case that we talk about humans destroying the planet, we are destroying the planet, we have to be less cruel to it. I remember being in school and making these, when I was 5 and 6, making these paintings and saying we have to be less cruel to the planet. Who's the we in this equation? My country has 200 million people that go to bed hungry every night. It has 800 million people that depend on food rations from the government. Can you imagine going up to children in India and saying, actually, we think you need to slow down, you're consuming a little too much? Every single question of climate is a question of war. It has always been a question of war that is war from the core to the periphery. Of course, there are questions of peripheries within the peripheries, which I'm sure Bina will talk about in her speech, but it is important to articulate it as such because that war is only getting more vicious as of now. We know statistically, scientifically, that if you look at the last half century, it is rich countries that have used up 75% of excessive use of energy resources. And now finally, when we're independent, most of our countries haven't even been independent for 50 years. When we say, hey, maybe we want to develop, we're being told, actually, no, you can't. Slow down because we're all in this together. Who's in this together? We're not all in this together, not in our crimes, and we're certainly not all in this together in the consequences. So for me, I'm going to end here. The only plea and appeal that I would have to this room as we take on this question is to be extremely clear, have the sharpest of clarity about who our enemies are when we talk about climate, what the battles are and what the axis of antagonism is. And that brings us to the mutinies in the South, which is where we all have to look for the way ahead. Thank you.
I want to
quickly just add a quote to what you just said, because it makes me think of Chico Mendes' quote, environmentalism without class struggle is just gardening. And yeah, quite rightly so. Go ahead, David.
There's probably some people in this room who think gardening is quite a good thing, but I'm not going to get into that. Great to see you all, great to be here, and it's a real privilege from Queen Mary University to be hosting an event like this that really tackles the politics of oppression as rooted at the heart of capitalism head on, and that's exactly what Penny Green, who spoke earlier, to welcome the conference and the work that we do in my centre, Crime and Climate Justice, that we try and do. And I'll say a little bit about that in a moment, but I do think that Varsha's introduction, that an introductory statement, really, for what I want to say, and maybe frames a lot of what we have to say, is that every question of sustainability is a question of war. And it sounds like a sweeping statement, sounds like a very broad, general statement, but once we get into it, I think it's very, very clear. And I do want to also just start by flagging up, we work very close to a group called Defend Our Juries, along with a number of other groups, and they are now at the forefront of the campaign to defend people who've been sent to jail for climate protesting, and they're linking that very closely to the Palestine Action campaigners that have also been jailed in the last few months. They estimate more than 40 people are now in jail for either climate protests from Just Stop Oil and related organisations and Palestine Action. In Britain, right now, more than 40 people are in jail for protesting against war and climate change. It's worth repeating because it's really incredible. And these are not just throwaway sentences. These are not just symbolic sentences. The people who occupied the Thales plant up in Glasgow, they went down for all of them for more than a year for breach of the peace. It's incredible. So the way in which the kind of mechanisms of the oppressive state is kicking into gear here is making a very clear solidarity between climate campaigning and war campaigning. And I'm going to develop that because it's not just the state that's doing that. There is a very clear solidarity within these causes that we need to articulate and unpack and talk about a bit more. And I also want to say, a friend of mine who died on Tuesday that people in this room will maybe know, a guy called Tony Bunyan, who set up State Watch, what he would say about the way when you see state repression intensifying, you know that you're doing something right. And I do want to say that those, we heard it, I can't remember who said it earlier on, but Palestine Action have managed to occupy and close down the operations in 3 factories and all kinds of other disruptive things which have had a material impact on the flow of arms to Israel. But also those climate protesters, although we do see an intransigent government, you know, we've got a government that I think Tori's going to talk about this more, that is refusing to defend the judicial review against Rosebank, the biggest oil license for many, many years. And I don't think that would be happening. Personally, Tori might have a different view, but I don't think that would be happening on that basis, or the government would be able to take that decision unless it felt it was under pressure, constant pressure from campaigners. So I do want to recognise that as something positive that is happening in both of those movements. So that solidarity, that's I think a very natural solidarity that we don't always think about, you know, the natural kind of coalitions that we might have in the anti-war movement, specifically the Free Gaza movement and the climate movement, actually reflects a very close relationship between military occupation and climate change. I'm going to specify that. The occupation of land, settler occupation, yes, but militarized occupation of land. And there's a very obvious thing to say, and this is something we know because they've written it out of every single, I think most famously it was written out of the Paris Agreement that the emissions, military emissions, don't count in overall state emissions. If you don't know that, it's always something that kind of surprises people, but it kind of makes sense because, of course, militaries around the world are maybe the largest, depending how you count it, source of emissions. 5.5% of carbon emissions, of all greenhouse gas emissions come from militaries. And I've got colleagues here, other colleagues, Queen Mary, who have shown that the consequences of the attack on Gaza, of course, have climate consequences. And those consequences are even just from the first 120 days, the first 4 months of the brutal assault on Gaza, that the emissions that were produced add up to the emissions of 26 countries, right? And of course, they've done calculations about what it will take to rebuild Gaza. I think we have to be a bit careful about this, because there's not a dualism here. We're not saying the attack on Gaza is bad because it's bad for the climate. No, we're saying it because it's the most brutal thing, certainly, most brutal military operation I've seen in my lifetime. We could talk about, well, Vijay's gone, but we could talk about Iraq on that kind of level. But so we're not opposing it because of its impact on the climate, and that's a false dualism. That's the point I really want to make. I think the Just Stop Oil campaigners and the Palestine Action campaigners are recognizing that that is a false dualism. They are both one and the same struggle, and I want to talk about that in a concrete way just for the next 5 minutes, if I've still got 5 minutes. We hosted, and I say we, the Centre for Crime and Climate Justice, we hosted a People's Permanent Tribunal on West Papua in June. And what that meant was we heard evidence from 18 witnesses from West Papua about military violence, extreme forms of military violence, disappearances, extrajudicial killings, tortures, mass body mutilations. In every single one of the cases we heard, somewhere behind them, and this won't surprise you, there's a corporation making a profit. But it's making a profit from taking the land that those people live on. So the big industries we're talking about in West Papua, if you don't know where it is, it's the western side of the island of New Guinea, the other side is Papua New Guinea. It's also in the heart of the third biggest rainforest in the world, right? So there's 2 or 3 things we can talk about. First of all, I'm bringing this into London. I want to hear this in London because BP, who are headquartered in London, are one of the main investors in West Papua, and they've got the biggest gas production facility in Indonesia, in West Papua. And much of that military violence is there to support, ultimately, their operations. Unilever, another company headquartered in London, is one of the largest, if not the largest, purchaser of palm oil in the world. Some of that palm oil comes from Indonesia, which is the biggest exporter. West Papua happens to be the biggest area of palm oil development, right? So the fact that we have kind of British interest standing behind that is important. But every single, and we can talk about gold, the biggest gold mine in the world was the biggest gold mine in the world, still one of the biggest, and one of the biggest copper mines in the world is in West Papua. All of these things are only secured through military violence and the repression, the political repression of the people of West Papua. So when I say we need to protect the rainforest in West Papua, how do you protect the rainforest? You deal with state violence. So the military occupation is indivisible from the question of climate in West Papua. And of course, actually the lawyer, excuse me, sorry, I'm trying up here. The Papuan lawyer who introduced the hearing, a guy called Jan Waranusi, paid the cost for exactly what I'm describing. Because he gave evidence, this is according to him, he thinks it was because he gave evidence that a week after the hearing, he was shot. He survived, but he was shot. Amnesty issued a statement, very clear that we don't know who was involved, but you can guess. So even for making statements about the sustainability, the environmental sustainability by a lawyer in that context faces military violence. So I suppose that's the first point I think that we always need to remind ourselves. And that is that in capitalism, environmental violence is always underpinned by military violence. I'm just saying in a few more words what Varsha said earlier in relation to West Papua. I think I'm going to come back to some of the points that Vijay made earlier, not specifically as dust being a mode of war, although that's a crucially important facet to think about also what happens in the environment and the toxins that are released in the course of war. Now, Vijay mentioned Agent Orange. Agent Orange and the rainbow chemicals that were used in the Vietnam War led to the term ecocide being coined by a guy that some of you may have come across, Richard Falk, many years ago, a colleague of ours actually who coined that phrase. Now, the point about ecocide is not purely the instrumental destruction, or it's not purely punitive. It's very punitive, but it's not purely punitive. It's not just the instrumental destruction of the land, it's instrumental warfare. Because what the American military were doing, and they coined a phrase to describe this, strategic hamlets. They were clearing people out, forcing them into strategic hamlets where they could be controlled and monitored. So what was happening was that all of the vegetation, all of the arable land, indiscriminately, all of the stuff that was growing in the places that were targeted by Agent Orange were deliberately destroyed because they removed the capacity for people to live, right? That's ecocide, that's warfare. The two things are hand in hand. They are removing the capacity for people to live where they live. That's exactly what's going on right now in Palestine. And I just want to use my remaining time to talk about that, because I think that's where we see the clearest, that's where the campaigners that are now being sent to jail, this is the solidarity that they are also exposing. And it's a military solidarity between ecocide and the brutal military assault that we see. It's always been the case that in Palestine since 1967 there's been a water blockade in place, that the food sources have been controlled. The capacity for people to live has been controlled in that way. Since 2014, the bulldozing of Palestinian lands by the occupation forces has been complemented by chemical warfare. This is very important. Unannounced aerial spraying of military herbicides, which is destroying huge swathes of arable land, making them not just uninhabitable, but infertile for generations to come. And in other words, we see Gaza experiencing an exact replica of a military strategy that we saw in Vietnam. I mean, I could go through talking about the kind of the levels of people in this room will know 96% of Gaza's water was through before the attack was informal sources of water. 97% of those informal sources of water have been destroyed and contaminated. There's virtually no possibility to have clean water, and there is a physical blockade of water coming in. In the same, we can say that in the same way, food has been used. Water as a weapon of war. Food has been used as a weapon of war, but very, very deliberately to destroy the capacity to reproduce food sources. So other colleagues at Goldsmiths have shown that in their analysis, prior to the post-September the 7th attacks, Gaza had about 65 square miles or 47% of its total land mass was farms and orchards. At least 50%, we don't know for sure, but at least 50% of this has been deliberately targeted and wiped out. So deliberately leaving an area that is no longer livable. Food and water are a genocidal weapon. It's absolutely clear. Okay, we kind of know this, and I think that's the something that we all know. But I think that we need to take this lesson forward, right? I think we need to think that when we are involved in, I could have talked about any number of other examples. If we're involved in climate protests, we are anti-military. We're involved in anti-military protests. If we're involved in protests against the war, we're involved in protests for sustainability. And I think that sometimes, I know I'm looking at the faces around and everyone's, well, we know that, right? But I think that's something that we need to reinforce at a political level, because increasingly, the reason we're seeing Palestine Action talking about what's going on with Just Stop Oil and Just Stop Oil talking about what's going on with Palestine Action is because they know that struggle is one and the same struggle. Military occupations are always compromising the environment, and I'm going to leave it there. We're not going to have a sustainable world unless we end militarism.
David and I have quite a few similar talking points, so I'm going to keep mine quite brief, and maybe we can then pass on and get more into a sort of rapport. I know VJ's also got to go as well. Look, so much of what we're needing to focus on when it comes to land injustice and climate justice as well is the implications of what's happening to Indigenous peoples around the world. And we know that Indigenous people protect up to 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity, and they manage more than a quarter of the Earth's land and biodiverse hotspots, but yet only make up 5% of the global population. And when we're talking about land rights, I'm also talking about the implications of deforestation and how that is impacting not only Indigenous peoples, but the knock-on effects that has for us. And we know that so many of these incredibly biodiverse regions are carbon sequestration, points for all of this carbon to be absorbed. And quite frankly, our Amazon is on the brink of collapse. And with that is going to have a severe, severe knock-on effect for the rest of the world's biodiversity and our global climate. So there's a lot to consider in that regard. And globally, a third of carbon stored in forests is located on community land that is not legally recognized. And this is absurd. The majority of Indigenous people do not have legal right of their own land because by virtue of the sort of system that we live in, which is absolutely outrageous. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about the implications of the fossil fuel industry and the encroachment of those industries on Indigenous lands. You spoke a little bit about BP, and we'll get to that in a bit with Israel and Palestine, but quite a few of my comrades and friends have had to deal with the encroachment of militarization on their lands for the sake of oil exploration, most notably the Gualinga sisters from Ecuador, an Argentinian company which has spent the last 2 decades harassing, murdering, and threatening their community for the sake of oil exploration. I don't know how many people have also heard of Stephen Donzer and his case against Chevron, being under house arrest, being arrested for that, for fighting tirelessly in support of Ecuadorian communities. So as much as, we're talking about this lack of legal recognition for people who are indigenous to these lands, the law is also being used as a way to coerce and punish those who are trying to stand up for these people as well. And most recently, if we're talking about climate litigation cases, people of the Niger Delta are also taking Shell to court for their long-term drilling and fracking and, oil and gas extraction in, Nigeria, which has been completely devastated. I mean, the life expectancy of people living in this area of the world is 10 years lower than the national average. I don't know if folks have also heard of the Ogoni 9, the indigenous people in Nigeria who were murdered by militia that were under Shell's jurisdiction as well. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. And, we were talking a little bit about reparations. Reparations are not the be all or end all, but even that is not being afforded to these communities whose habitats, these lands, they're completely devastated by companies like Shell. And then we're also looking at, lots of other massive oil and gas projects like the East Africa crude oil pipeline run by Total Energies, completely devastating communities, moving them off their land. These are carbon bombs. And in the case of our own government as well, we spoke a little bit earlier about the Rosebank oil field. I think, far too often when we think of these oil and gas projects and their implications overseas, they're awful. But we have our own government here who's trying to push ahead with one of the biggest oil and gas licenses that this country has ever seen, if not the biggest. And yet they have decided that they're not going to go to court for this judicial review, which is, I do actually agree with you, David. I think a lot of it has to do with the public pressure, but it also has to do with the fact that it is completely unlawful. Most recently, I think over the summer, there was a case which was filed by Wield, by Wield and also Sarah Finch, and it was essentially stating that the sort of implications of what we call Scope 3 emissions are enough to justify most oil and gas projects being unlawful. And Scope 3 essentially means not just the amount that it's the amount of emissions that's used to burn the oil and gas to extract it, but also the amount that it would account for afterwards. And so using the Finch case, the Stop Rosebank Coalition are trying to press forward with this this court case to say, actually, hang on a second, the UK government is pushing ahead with this unlawful oil field. And I do think that we'll win, quite frankly. I'm quite hopeful about that. But, you know, this is also a huge climate injustice because the emissions of this oil field would equate to the 28 lowest income countries produce in 1 year. I mean, it's a huge climate injustice. And in the case of something like Israel and Palestine, BP is the one running the BTC pipeline, which equates for 20% of the oil and gas that Israel is using to fund the genocide. You know, this is happening. We are in the heart of the empire, and that, you know, their offices are not too far from here. And so we have to start connecting the dots between the oil and gas industry, between militarization, between what is also green colonialism as well, with these states like Israel purporting that they're green because what they're doing is they're seizing Palestinian land and planting non-native European pine trees and calling that, you know, carbon absorption, carbon sequestration, and also carbon offsetting. I mean, it's ridiculous. These trees tend to die because they're not meant to be on this land, much like the people, you know? So it's true. And other forms of green colonialism that we're also seeing is the seizing of indigenous land where people are planting trees on these lands and for carbon offsets, of which 92% of carbon offset schemes do not actually work. They fail within their first year. And so anytime you see these corporations saying that they are carbon offsetting by planting trees, I mean, most of it doesn't even work. And the really sad thing is it's used to continue justifying extraction. Some internal documents were released by Shell, some communication documents were obtained by subpoena, and they said explicitly that carbon sequestration, carbon capture technology was used to justify the expansion of oil and gas. They're not doing it to be eco-friendly. They're doing it to continue with business as usual. And the terrifying thing is this used to be a crisis of denial. They realized they couldn't deny the science, and now it is a crisis of delay. And carbon offsetting, carbon capture, and all of these incredible technologies that they talk about they're only being used to continue with business as usual. And so we have to be so careful to read between the lines to actually see that the majority of the public are being hoodwinked. You know, we want to give them their social license. Their social license is what continues their existence because they know that they're not actually in favor of the science. They're destroying the planet. So how do we keep these organizations and these industries relevant? They sponsor our arts institutions. They talk about all the green things that they're doing. They align with popular culture. It is insidious and it is part of prolonging their longevity. And so, you know, we have to continue denouncing the way that they move through society and insert themselves into spaces which, quite frankly, justify their existence. And there's some fantastic organizations like Culture Unstained who work on this, and we've seen a lot of protests against BP and the Science Museum and also, you know, other institutions around London. But yes, I think I will probably leave it there for now because I think there's probably more to talk about in amongst the others. But yeah, just read between the lines. That's all I have to say.
This jet lag is setting in the panel. Yeah. All right. Don't worry. I will go it. Yeah. Thank you so much, fellow panelists. But I'm going to do something because everybody is tired. Can we all stand up? Let's stand up. And just breathe in and breathe out. And turn to the next person that you have never met to introduce each other and feel the energy in the room. Yeah, talk to each other. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. So thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. Yes, thank you so much. You see, what we just did was we are releasing some positive energy. So while we are doing this really important work of confronting armed conflict, violence, occupation, please don't forget to take care first of yourself, your heart, your mind, your soul, your families. If we are not able to take care of that, how dare we take care of the world? Barsha, chairperson, I will shorten my speech because I give some time. The other thing, next time we will meet not like this, but we will meet in a circle where we all can sit around each other, not like a classroom. Because I know we are not the experts, you are the experts. We all together, your wisdom and everyone's wisdom matters. I just wanted to share that. Thank you for your patience. Yes, thank you. So my sharing, again, I wish someone else, because I shouldn't be speaking again in another panel, but just sharing a little bit. So what I will do is, first of all, thank you for planning, for inviting me once again, Laura and everyone else. I will not say Jeremy again because it's been repeated many times. If I was designing this session, I would call it not climate injustice and land rights, because climate cannot talk. You know, we have confronted harm on it, but not climate. I would call it land, conflict, and environmental violence, which you mentioned. Land, conflict, and environmental violence. This is the manner in which I have seen for the last 500 years how our world has been damaged in ways. So that's what I would do. And then the second part of it is in terms of what is happening out here. One data through research that we have found out is that currently 80% of the world's conflict, 80, of the world's conflicts are happening in biodiversity hotspots where indigenous people live. I'm not harping on indigenous because I want to go back to the past, but what I'm doing is trying to let us understand that we may discuss war and conflicts from a helicopter's perspective, but from many of us living on ground zero, this is our reality, our lived reality. And the connection between land, conflict, biodiversity, and indigeneity is very closely linked. Unless you're able to map that, you'll be missing something in your analysis. That's one thing. The other thing, the lands which colonization or by corporates that they have started to take over our many lands, the ones that they haven't occupied, what they are doing. For example, so the rest of the land that couldn't be colonized in post and even modern times and current times, for instance, in northeast of India, where I come from, they are planning 100 dams, 100. This is an area of a seismic zone, yet government of India is planning 100 dams on these fragile territories. You have spoken, our panelists have spoken about how, I think your session particularly, on how military occupation precedes environmental violence. The other thing, we have seen how extractive industries have really created havoc in many of our territories. And Barsha has alluded to it. So much research work being done there, reports being out there. The other thing which many people, like you've talked about pesticides being in our land, for example, in Manipur, our women many of them couldn't bear children. And because the violence can happen in many forms, through militarization and through chemical warfare, which our colleague had mentioned. Chemical warfare, and I will take a notch further, besides pesticides and other forms of chemicals being introduced into environment. The other thing that we are seeing in many of the biodiversity hotspots, they are turning into sites of narcotic production, narco trade, narco trafficking in many of our indigenous areas. And we see this happening in Burma, where there was a military coup 2001. What has happened? The narcotic production during this military coup increased 35%. So Burma is now, because Bangladesh, the Taliban banned narcotic production, it has now shifted to the Indo-Burma border. So currently what is happening in Manipur is also a lot of a connection between transnational narcotic trade, gun running, and human trafficking. That's one aspect that I wanted to share. Not to speak about human rights violations. The other form of environmental violence that we have seen is how many indigenous territories are used as dumping sites for nuclear waste. Talk to Australian Aborigines, talk to the Navajo people in North America. They will tell you how their lands have been sites of military testing. But again, in the last few minutes, I want to share, because we spoke about so many problems and we feel burdened. But I wanted to tell that we are trying to find solutions. And one of the solutions is, for example, Mongolia. You have heard the country Mongolia? So I met a diplomat from Mongolia who went to the UN because Mongolia was a place of nuclear testing, 400 nuclear tests, 3/4 committed by China on their territory. Then Mongolia took to the court, to the United Nations, and they have now nuclear testing free zone. Now no nuclear test can happen in Mongolia. So this is the power of how the people of Mongolia took and said no more nuclear testing on our lands. So that's one thing. They have done it, please look it up. And I'll be happy, Jeremy, to invite this ambassador who did that. And he's now working with International Peace Bureau, by the way. So these many examples of people and communities who have taken it up. The other thing, the word environmental violence, which has been used now, is actually coined by indigenous people. I was there in 2019 in Columbia University when it was many Native Americans working with communities all over the world who coined the word environmental violence and have now taken it up to the UN to recognize this as a phenomena in which crimes has been committed, which had hurt environment. Okay? So with this, last year, about 300 human rights defenders were killed. 2/3 of them were indigenous. So it is the indigenous people who are actually protecting our environment, our ways, trying. So we have to, again, harping listening. And finally, the fact that many communities are now working, like all of us here, doing work to ensure that this is recognized. And finally, this year, of all the places in the world, we convened 120 indigenous elders, leaders, women and youth in Washington, D.C. It has never happened before. We convened them in Washington, D.C. to drive home the point that we have to bring. So we drafted what is called an international resolution on indigenous peace building, in which working to defend our land, our rights, and our environment is protected. So this is some of the work that we are doing through research, writing, analysis, and to Solidarity Network. Indigenous, non-indigenous, we are all humans. But again, knowing to include the ones who have been excluded from many of these. And finally, I'll end with this really beautiful thing. Did you know that in New Zealand, a river called Wanganui River has been declared as a legal entity? You know that, right? How many of you know this? Now, this itself was done by indigenous people who said that without the river, we cease to exist. All civilizations born near rivers. If you poison our rivers, we die, right? So I quote, and I end with this beautiful word. It says, in Maori culture, ancestors live in the natural world and it's a community's duty to protect both the landscape they inherited and those who came before them. Humans and water are equally believed to be intertwined. A traditional saying says, I am the river, and the river is me. Thank you. Yeah.
Really happy to be here. I wanted to tell you a little story about some of the work that we've been doing, which really revolves around a very old understanding that you can't ask powerful people to do things. You have to take the power away from them, and you have to build your own power, and you have to fight to build that power, because working people around the world have had their confidence whittled away by a precarious and dangerous system. And building power is not easy. Building confidence is not easy. Building clarity is not easy. About a little over a decade ago, I got a message to go to São Paulo, Brazil. And the landless workers of Brazil, the MST, which now has about 2 million members and is the largest producer of organic rice in South America. They also produce 1.5 million liters of milk a year. It's an incredible organization. 1.6 million of their members live on encampments and settlements, produced agroecological produce. Anyway, they said, can you come to São Paulo for a week? I went for a meeting there. It was very instructive. They had assembled about 20 political movements. And the beginning of the meeting, they made an assessment of internationalism. What they said was that they felt that the World Social Forum process had run its course. It had become celebrity-oriented to some extent. It had become, NGO-funded, and the political line of the World Social Forum had begun to deteriorate. Something like 75% of the participants were coming from the United States because they could afford to fly to these meetings. You weren't seeing the landless people of Tanzania or people struggling in Kenya at the WSF. So what the landless workers suggested was that we should try to build a process where you can't join as an individual, but movements can join to articulate together and build a new kind of internationalism around just a few core principles. Not, in fact, a political program, because that was the error in earlier attempts to build internationalism. So over time, we learned a very quick lesson in trying to build this network. The lesson I learned was that political internationalism is not built through anything other than trust and, in a sense, love. It's very important. Political leaders and others get to meet each other. They get to talk to each other about how they became political. They learn to trust each other. Because at times, tactically, you'll make different decisions in the struggle. You might have differences over certain major political events and so on. But you can't divide each other based on tactical differences. You have to find strategic unities, programmatic unities. You have to find a way to get along in the long term. Because our enemy is dangerous. Our enemy is a terrorist. Our enemy, capitalism, wants to eat us alive. And if we allow our enemy to divide us, we will be devoured. And we often allow the enemy to divide us because we forget that we share much more than we disagree on. One of the tragedies of the international left over the last century is we've allowed our small differences to divide us. We haven't really been able to find a way to prevail against that enemy in a meaningful way. The process we started building is called the International People's Assembly. Now we have about 280 political organizations related to this process, including the landless workers movement of Tanzania, MIWATA. A very interesting organization, small farmers, most of them. Most of them produce produce for the local market, not for export. In fact, the Food and Agriculture Organization routinely says small farmers feed their local populations, big agribusiness feeds processed food to kill us. That's just a fact. That's a fact. I mean, I don't even need to prove it. It's just something that the Food and Agriculture Organization says. If you go to the grocery store and you buy the shit they give you, you're dying. And I mean, I'm not a super moralistic person because I eat a lot of crap. And so I also eat all that stuff and I'm dying. but I know it's bad for you. I just eat it because of convenience. And that's part of the problem, is that, we've forgotten how to be human beings, how to stop, eat a meal, talk to each other. We're doing things on the go. We're so busy. We don't know how to interact socially. We really lost the plot in a real meaningful way. So part of our struggle in the IPA is first to find more organizations like Miwata in Tanzania, the MST, the workers' movement in Tunisia, the Democratic Way for Labor in Morocco, and so on, mass organizations, communists in Nepal, mass organizations with large memberships, which are interested in joining the IPA, not because we want to do this campaign or that, because in a sense, my feeling is, before we really can do a big campaign, we need to build the strength of working people around the world. We need to build that strength. We need to build what the First International called a great big union. If we don't build that strength, if we don't build the strength, if people don't learn to trust each other, if we divide ourselves in front of the working class and the peasantry, the working class and the peasantry will get more disoriented. Because nothing is more disorienting for working people than to see two highly educated leftists debating each other on the minutiae of the state and whether it's this or that, reformist or not. Nothing is more disorienting and confusing. That's elite form of left politics. We completely reject that. Our goal is to build trust amongst movements, amongst leaders of mass organizations, and fight to build the clarity, the confidence, and the solidarity of workers. Because that's the only thing that can stop wars. That's the only thing that can help us against the climate catastrophe. That's the only thing that can teach us how to be human beings again. Because, and here's the last thing I'm going to tell you, because I'm telling you, I haven't lived that long on planet Earth. Okay, I'm 57 years old, but somebody said to me yesterday, you're 45, right? And that really did feel good. Imagine when you were like 35, somebody said you look 45, you'd be outraged. Yeah, but now it feels great to be called 45. Anything under 50, I was like, really? I'm under 50? That's amazing. Anyway, digression. I haven't lived that long on this planet, but one thing I have seen, all these atrocities and terrors that we live through, all of them, we're just not human beings yet. Our evolution is continuing. We call ourselves human beings, but we're not human beings. We're something just before human. And we have to struggle really hard to be human. And one thing I would like to tell people in the West is that you can't be human alone. You can't evolve by yourselves. If all of us, if every one of us isn't becoming human at the same time, one person can't be human alone. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Vijay, and the rest of the panelists for this fantastic interventions. I think we have about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, so I want to open it up to the room. These are the last set of questions you get to ask. So maybe we can take 2, if possible, 3 rounds of 3 questions each. I see 2 hands here and 1 there. Okay, I'll come back to you. You in the black first, and then you, and then maybe you can just speak. Is there someone behind?
Thank you. Just my question is about humanity and the fact that the way that we're looking at it at the moment, it should be about valuing everybody. So I really appreciate the comments that have come from the floor. But my biggest concern is that the thing that we share, which is that small amount of topsoil and the fact that it rains and the fact that that sustains us, and that that's the same right across the world. How do we communicate to the wider people that haven't taken that on board, to the legislators, that humanity is about valuing everybody and that this is the way that we've got to move forward? I'm just so curious as to your concerns and your comments on how we do that effectively.
Thank you. We have a second question here.
Thank you for a fascinating panel and a fascinating conference. I'd like to address the cow in the room. We've not talked about the animal industrial complex at all when the UN Food and Agriculture Organization's latest report has mentioned livestock grazing as one of the leading sources of deforestation and greenhouse gases and rapid extinction of species. If we're talking about land rights, and also Tori mentioned the Amazon is rampaged to graze more livestock because we eat animals. We don't need to eat animals to live happy and fulfilling and healthy lives. My question is to all of the panelists, and our global demand, especially in the West, is driving deforestation. Also, being a very cruel form of feeding ourselves. My question is, why is climate justice so anthropocentric? Why are we not talking about the animal industrial complex? Thank you.
Hi. Ecocide, as I understand it, is a crime not just against humans, but against all the inhabitants of the land, both human and non-human. I wondered if you could talk about the current move to get ecocide added to the Rome Statute as a crime against, I think it's a crime against humanity, whether you think that would be a game changer if it happened, or whether it would not make much difference.
Yeah, I think second round of 3 questions again. We'll come back to you. Maybe one more. Yes. Can we have a mic closer, please? Thanks.
I was a teacher, so I'm not sure I need it, but possibly need it. For Tori, really. The lady down there was talking about, what isn't being talked about generally, and she sounds very perplexed as to why it so rarely gets talked about. My perplexity is a similar one in the sense that I don't understand why the issue of the gas and oil reserves in Gaza, in the Mediterranean, and in the West Bank are so rarely talked about, not just where you would expect them not to be talked about, which is on the mainstream television media, radio, press, but at demonstrations on Gaza, I've been to Palestinian conferences recently. Nobody is mentioning that there's a huge extra additional motivation for the relentless destruction of Gaza, and now they have a new centre for destruction and genocide in the West Bank. But in both cases, there are very significant gas and oil reserves that are waiting to be plundered, that BT has got one of the contracts for. There are so many contracts that everybody's waiting to leak. Could you explain to me why I am going crazy as to why this is never talked about? And it's not on with Gideon Levy, Owen Jones, all their videos. I'm waiting to hear about this as a motivation.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm going to dip after this. I actually have a fever right now, so I'm quite delirious. And I want to kind of further what you were saying about we really need to get better at taking care of ourselves, because I felt a real obligation to show up, and I couldn't quite put my finger on why I couldn't step away. And that was the words I needed to hear, so thank you. First, to your point, it frustrates me so much as well. And I want to point you in the direction of an incredibly compelling report that was released just last week by Shadow Magazine, so SHADO, which is all on BP's exploration and also oil and gas in Palestine. It's a fantastic report, really recommend it. And there is an organization called Energy Embargo for Palestine, which focuses on the intersections of the oil and gas industry and the genocide that's happening. Also, to your point about the animal agricultural industrial complex, I've been a vegan for 10 years. I've shouted into the void. And you know what's really frustrating is it's a conversation I've had so much in the environmental space, and it's one where people switch off every time I talk about it. Every time. And I think the problem is the sort of implication of saying I'm vegan is people go, oh, well, that's an individualistic rhetoric. And it's like, well, on the one hand, yeah, sure, there's the individual action to do with it, but I am also doing it because it aligns with my politics and the fact that I do think the animal agricultural industry is abhorrent, quite frankly. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. And I think that there is a certain level of cognitive dissonance if you can see what happens to sentient beings and see how that actually, and it's not just the sentient beings that don't have a voice, it's also humans who are completely and utterly devastated by this industry. I mean, you look at the sort of the traumas that people who work in abattoirs or people who work on the land in these industries, I mean, it's disgusting. It's horrible how they're treated. And I think part of the reason why, you know, it gets left out of the conversation so much is because it is seen as contentious. And I think we have to just start normalizing talking about it in a way that is a sort of gentle calling in and a kind of like, we can do better to connect the dots, you know? But I think there's also a sensitivity with some of the people that I work with, especially a lot of folks from the global south and indigenous communities, where we have to really say that we're talking about the industries and not those who subsist off the land in what would be considered sustainable ways. And unfortunately, those lines get blurred a lot. And so there's a lot of miscommunication. People go, well, you're saying indigenous people aren't sustainable. And actually, we have to really focus on the industry itself. And I don't know if folks have seen what's happened in the Amazon lately and recently with the fires, and just that awful, god-awful picture of that jaguar cub that was just burnt to a crisp. That's owed to the beef industry.
Go vegan!
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, it's awful. So thank you for bringing up that point, because it is the cow in the room, and I think we need to speak about it more. And the thing I would also caution is that, yes, the individual can do these things, but these industries are heavily subsidized. So even if we were all to go vegan overnight, there's still money being pushed into these industries. So we have to work at a systems change level to really start creating meaningful change as well. And I'm going to tap out because I'm burning up.
Thanks. Oh, cool, sorry. I've got an answer to the animal industrial question that I think you won't like, because it is anthropocentric, and it does bring us back to labour, the theme of the last question. You know, if you think about the meat industry and its impact as a labour process, it's one of the most dangerous industries. This is everywhere. This is here and across the global south. And you know, we're not just talking about the animal industrial complex, but industrial agriculture and the kind of things that Vijay was talking about. The way in which workers are exposed to different forms of chemicals, and the ways in which slaughterhouses are always. I mean, I'm not just talking about the famous Upton Sinclair book, The Jungle, which, you know, these conditions are in almost every abattoir, slaughterhouse, and they're not particularly well unionized. So I know this is not the answer you want, but there's another hidden solidarity that we probably need to talk a lot more about,
and that's the hidden solidarity of de-intensifying work and sustainability. If we want to be sustainable, we need to de-intensify all forms of work, and that means we need workers to be organised and decasualised. And I know if we are going to move away to sources of food that we have some kind of sovereignty over, if we really want food sovereignty, we need to empower food workers, and we need to think about as communities how we begin to shift our eating patterns, because this is about who controls how we get our food. So that's not an appeal to veganism, but it's an appeal to workers' control and workers' rights, and recognising the labour process in the animal industrial complex. Now, I'm not going to answer the question at the back, but I think the answer is the same to, what do we do to generate solidarity when we have a limited amount of topsoil, a limited amount of rain? I think there are forms of labour community solidarity that we're all interested in exploring. But putting climate at the heart of the labour process and the heart of a trade union organising agenda, I think, is a big step forward. Just very briefly on the why is BP not being talked about. I mean, what's interesting, I didn't mention when I was talking in my contribution, fossil-free London, but BP have suspended that arrangement with not the pipeline that Tori mentioned, but the gas installation off the coast of Gaza, only because they were blockaded by fossil-free London. So, I mean, it's not a particularly great response, but that means we need to make these new things news, right? Because we know that they're not going to be made news. Sorry? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, together. We need to, yes. I have a different take on the ecocide law. I don't think it will help, but they're for very boring, long, complex reasons. But in a nutshell, I think the solution is rebuilding. The solution in dealing with the environmental problems that an ecocide law in the International Criminal Court seeks to do is to rebuild our infrastructure of regulation, and again to think about how we shift the balance of power at a domestic level. The problem with looking for international legal solutions like the ecocide law, if you go into it, is a very narrowly defined law. We know 44 people. The first 44 people who were prosecuted in the International Criminal Court were African. It's actually the African Criminal Court, of course, we've heard. Now, the interesting case, of course, is now Israel-Palestine. But the scale of the problem is not going to be dealt with one or two prosecutions in the International Criminal Court. And my worry is that all of our energy is pushed towards that rather than really building the mechanisms we need now. But we could talk about that later if you want.
Thank you, David. So in the interest of time, I'm going to reserve this side of the panel's comments for after the second round of questions, and then we can do one round of closing comments since we have only about 7 minutes left. So can I take 3 more questions again from the audience? One here, one at the back, and third here. And you last. Thanks. Yes, please.
I like very much what Bina said this morning about resisting being put in a box and resisting stereotyping oneself or others, because these damage our movement. They divide us. These I belong to this organization, and you belong to that one. So we really got not much to talk about. I'm somebody who I'm an activist with various organizations. With Just Stop Oil, I took part in an action which you might have heard about, the Stonehenge action. No damage was done, no lichens were harmed, and the whole point of it was about the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, fossilfueltreaty.org. I've also taken part with the Arms Fair in November, blockading the Arms Fair in Telford, and for that I've got a trial coming up in January, which Andrew has said he'll be Andrew said that he'll be coming along as an expert witness. I'm an activist with palmoildetectives.com, who are very effective, as David will know. I'm also with Defend Our Juries. I'm a friend of Trudy Warner, and we've been on actions together. I've blockaded the Science Museum because of its sponsorship by Adani. And Adani not only they produce vast quantities of coal, they violate the human rights of indigenous people on a massive scale. They also, yeah, they own the port of Haifa, and they're a massive supplier of arms to Israel and other material. The natural science museum, the science museum. Sorry, I beg your pardon, science museum, and also in Birmingham. I live in Birmingham, so I take part in the blockade of Elbit, and I've taken actions against Barclays. One because of Palestine, and secondly on different occasions because of their fossil fuel investments. I want to know, how do we go about breaking down these barriers between one another so we can flow from one organization to another?
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do. We have 2 questions here in the center and 1 on the left.
Most of the discussion at this conference is focused on the predatory behaviour of Western corporations. Can the panel comment on the role of China in the world? Have we anything to learn from an alternative form of social organisation? And is there other interactions, their commercial interactions with the Global South, equally damaging to the West, or are they in some way more beneficial to the people who undertake these interactions with China?
Thank you.
I would like to ask the panel and also the people, how can we help a government who is trying to come back to the organic food? It's in Colombia. Our president now, he loves the people, and he's buying land with the people, taxes and everything, the land from the mafiosos, from the richest people who have all the land accapared. He's buying the land and giving to the indigenous people and to the poorest people. He's trying to create a Colombia with organic food. But the situation is the right wing and the extreme right that have been for 200 years are the obstacle. And the United States are behind these right-wing people. And also United Kingdom. The British Petroleum was in Colombia for many years, and many people were killed and massacred when they didn't want to come out of their little land, and there are gold or petrol or carbon, charcoal inside that land. They were killed. Who were training the people to kill? The British Petroleum. They were training the Colombian people to kill their own people, and the people who are poor and the people who don't think very much, they kill their own people. And also a gentleman from Colombia, Gilberto Torres, took the British Petroleum to the court. Who won? The British Petroleum. He was nearly to be killed. He was put in a big hole to die. They put a wire on the top. But after the little campaigns like us, where is Gilberto Torres? Where is Gilberto Torres? They have to show Gilberto Torres that they took from that hole, that they put him to die, and he was alive. But after the people took him abroad to another country to save his life, then British Petroleum commit horrible crimes in Colombia, where just to extract the petrol and all the minerals there. And who won in the court here? The British Petroleum. The gentleman who was going to be killed, no, he lost the court. Thank you so much. How can we help our government to come back Colombia to be an organic country like it was before. I would like to have your contacts and send them to our president and the people who want to care about the land and about the people and about the indigenous people. Thank you so much.
Final question here. Just Gustavo Petro, your president, is on the council of the Progressive International, so we'll come to that in a little bit. But last final question here. Someone can get the mic over there, please.
Hi, my name is Joanne and I'm a teacher from the National Education Union. I've just got back from the TUC Conference 24. And I just wanted to ask you if you have any ideas regarding how we can influence our unions, because we had the GMB and Unite put forward a motion that was sadly carried regarding reducing our involvement with the fossil industry. And their concern, of course, is their workers and a just transition. So we're in a very tricky position in that you've got the one side, lots of unions supporting removing fossil industries as one of our main sources of power. But then, of course, they are looking after their members and their workers and they want a just transition. And of course, the capitalist system pits us against each other. And I was most disturbed that another union for the teachers' movement, which I won't name, actually voted in favour of not moving away from fossil fuel, NASUWT.
Thank you. So we've got 4 questions. One more generally about how do we work together when we belong to different organizations and movements. Question about China, both China as a state and China as a company, its role in the world today. When we have good presidents, good governments, friendly leftists in power, how do we embolden them some more?
And manage our unions when they take shitty positions. I'm going to start with you, Vijay. Maybe you can answer the question. We do 3 closing remarks and wrap up very quickly so we can move to the closing session.
It's very difficult for me to answer this question quickly because I should first give a disclaimer. The New York Times, which is one of the worst newspapers in the world, has accused me publicly of being on the payroll of the Chinese government. Twice, actually, in 2 different articles. And their Senator Marco Rubio said that I should be investigated by their Justice Department, which is comical because he's an idiot. And I don't recognize him as anything. And then I must say that several large media organizations followed suit, including Frankfurter Allgemeine, which said that I'm a purveyor of Chinese disinformation. So I just want to let you know that, just because, I mean, at least unlike the purveyors of CIA disinformation, I'm pretty clear about letting you know where I'm coming from. Also, I'm not paid by the Chinese government, which is, I think, an important point. And it's funny that you have to say that, that I'm not paid by the Chinese government. If they want to pay me, I don't mind. I haven't had health insurance in years. I've been reporting from about 7 or 8 war zones without injury insurance. So if any of you would like to supplement my meager journalist salary, I'm very happy to take donations. I mean, this is a very complicated question because you should see what it's like when I try to enter the United States. The questions are hilarious. Anyway, I'm going there now again for the UN General Assembly meetings and to release a book in New York on Cuba, which I wrote with Noam Chomsky. And I'm really excited for the conversation at John F. Kennedy Airport. It is interesting that Washington, D.C. has 2 airports, both named after scoundrels. And I know you're here, so you probably have flown into them many times. And I've had to smile when they say Dulles Airport, nasty brothers overthrew the government of Guatemala, 1954. that coup d'etat because they had shares in United Fruit Company, the Dulles brothers, Alan and John Foster Dulles. And then the other airport is Ronald Reagan, for God's sake. No, I'm okay saying his name. Because you know what's interesting, Sarah? Here, they don't say the name of their prime minister. They call him the member of parliament from wherever the hell. And he's like the character from Harry Potter, you know, he who must not be named. But Ronald Reagan, we should say his name as much as possible. May he rest in hell. The best thing Ronald Reagan ever did, though, was to write that terrific letter when he began to fall ill. That was beautiful. He said, I'm slipping into the darkness. That was a beautiful letter because he was suffering from Alzheimer's. For those who struggle with mental health, I think that's the best thing he ever wrote. China is a complicated place now. They have, for many reasons, generated vast surpluses. And over the past 15 years, since the West had its financial debacle, the Chinese have experimented with different ways to recycle their surplus. They obviously understood 15 years ago that no longer can the United States be the market of last resort. They used to sell everything, you know, from buckets to cell phones to the US market. The United States has decided not to raise wages of anybody ever again. And if you allow the rich to continue to have vast amounts of wealth, there's only so many plastic buckets Peter Thiel can buy. So they have a real problem in the US market. And the Chinese used to lend US consumers credit to buy Chinese products. That's unsustainable. I think student debt in the US is over $1 trillion. So young people just can't afford to take credit to buy things, even to buy homes. The real estate market may never recover. So the Chinese have had to pivot. And initially, Chinese pivoted in two different ways. One, firms were already buying raw materials in other parts of the world, largely to produce commodities for the US market. Remember that when people say, why are the Chinese buying raw resources in Africa? Let's say copper in Zambia. Well, because they are making electronics for the your market and for the US market and the European market. But the Chinese have displaced the United States as the primary purchasers of commodities for many countries. Soy in Brazil, which devastates the agriculture in Brazil. Oh, the first point I'd like to make is it is funny that when Western companies get displaced with Chinese companies, that's the first time people start to talk about colonialism. Like for hundreds of years, the West devastated Africa and people are like, well, it's human rights, we're trying to do things. When the Chinese companies start to show up, Financial Times uses the word colonialism. It's amazing, you know. That's not a defense of what the Chinese are doing. It's just that their firms are there buying goods to produce things for the world market. But this government of Xi Jinping since about 2013 has been acutely aware of the grave problems of the neo-colonial structure of the world economy. So the last 5 years, they've built a forum called the China-Africa Forum. See, I sound like I'm a Chinese disinformation purveyor. These are facts, but I think I'm purveying disinformation because the facts are uncomfortable. So they have been holding these China-Africa summits. In the last 2 years, if you go back and read the documents of the summit, or if you ask the Financial Times why they haven't reported on it, they've been saying that what we want to do is to build the supply chain in Africa. We don't want African countries to export raw materials. We want African countries to industrialize. So we are going to provide cheap credit for industrialization. If you travel to many African countries, talk to foreign ministers. I just met with the Minister of Solidarity in the new government of Senegal, Mariam Daw. Fabulous, fabulous person. Has been fighting for development justice for years. She told me something plainly. She said, our priority is for the Senegalese. That's our priority. We need financing. Chinese finance right now, she said, is better for us than anything the Paris Club can do. Because the Paris Club sells us debt. The Chinese want to build infrastructure. And I think that's the crucial difference. What the Chinese are doing may not look like paradise, but it's certainly not as bad as what Glencore has been doing on the African continent for decades. And Glencore, major mining company, is domiciled in Switzerland. Have you ever read an article in any newspaper about Swiss colonialism or the neo-colonialism of the Swiss, or the Swiss are encouraging the wars in the Great Lakes region of Africa, or that Mark Rich, the owner of Glencore, pardoned by that other scoundrel Bill Clinton, that Mark Rich is an international criminal? I mean, it's so easy for the West, which produced the Chinese oligarchs. Remember that? I mean, sorry, the Chinese. The West produced the Russian oligarchs during the era of Yeltsin. The West, including, sorry to say, Jeffrey Sachs, when he was on the other side of the story. Jeffrey was there in Poland, in Yeltsin's Russia, helping them give away state assets to these scoundrels. They produced the oligarchs, not us. And now they are saying, when Putin is saying, I'm going to take down the oligarchs, suddenly he's a dictator. You know, he may have all kinds of problems, but I don't think that's the problem. Take down the oligarchs. In the same way, why don't we think of Mark Rich as an oligarch, or Peter Thiel as an oligarch, or Elon Musk as an oligarch? What makes the word oligarchs only apply to Russians? There are oligarchs in the United Kingdom. We don't think of them as oligarchs. We think of them as entrepreneurs. What makes that scoundrel Elon Musk an entrepreneur? He didn't make anything. He's a bozo. And yet he's the entrepreneur, and some other gangster on the other side of the world becomes an oligarch. So what are the Chinese doing? It's not perfect. But if you talk to the Africans, talk to people involved in development and so on, they understand that what China is doing now is giving them an opportunity, a choice. They can choose. They can go to the Paris Club and say, we're not borrowing from you because you got a better deal from the People's Bank of China. This is the first time African states, in whatever condition of disrepair they are, it's the first time that they've had a choice before them. For years, they've had no choice. That was only one question.
I have to stop him because he really started sounding like, he was doing what New York Times have accused him of. So I had to save it. Yes. In all this absolutely discomforting things that you've heard, for me, I was just going through. I mean, the conflict in today's world right now is the US-China rivalry. It's not even US-Russia rivalry. China and US rivalry is going. What's happening in the Indo-Pacific region, what's happening around. This is right now the new emerging current going conflict that is happening. So for me as an indigenous person, I'm very uncomfortable when we are just taking out of 192, 93 nations in the world, and many which are still under colony, that we are only discussing 2 countries. Why?
Because he asked the question.
Anyway, so that's one thing. So which brings us, because time is up now. So I've been reflecting a lot on what is happening and why should we be only focused on 1 or 2 countries. And then we get upset over this, and then we take sides. This is precisely many of your questions are. How do we break these silos? We cannot be binary anymore. We cannot be binary anymore. The final thing I wanted to share is this. For me, it boils down to 3 things: decolonize, decolonize, and decolonize. We have 500 years, and I am glad to say this, in the UK, which started it all. Okay, so again, I know many of you are good, well-meaning people here. So what we have to do is to realize what has happened, not in the last 70 years. We have to go back 500 years of the wrongs we have done to the body of Mother Earth. This, what we are facing today, is a byproduct of that. And what China has now is, people are calling it communist capitalism. Okay? And yes, what they did to Tibet, how can we forget? Currently, what's happening in Burma, how can we forget? So we have to look at what the different countries, again, I don't want to roll it to one or two countries to how to find the solutions. It does not lie with just America or China or Russia. All of us. And we have so much strength and resilience in us that we can find out of the box more than what has been fed to us by mainland newspapers and research articles, which then takes our peace away. So finally, I think in terms of, there's a lot of wrong, and they're following one rule book after another. Okay. So so anyway, there's a lot of things, but let us not put it to two countries alone, but let's see 190 plus other countries. How can we put our heads and hearts and our minds and our intellect together to be able to collective solutions to this? I know we haven't answered everything, but all we are trying to tell you is we have to go back into 500 years. Modern nation states are very new. Even constitutions, map making, all are political. These are new things. We have to go back even beyond this to be able to break the silos that we are imprisoned in right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've been a terrific audience. I'm not going to speak anymore because I'm getting angry messages from the organizers. And I know we're all very eager for our favorite comrade, Jeremy, to come back and close out this wonderful, wonderful conference. So thank you so much. You've been a terrific audience. And thanks for having
The last stretch. Thank you. Could I invite Pamela Fitzpatrick, a fellow director of the PJP, to give closing remarks, and then one other speech from my friends from Turkey, and then I'll close it off altogether. So when I've finished, it's finished.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you. Thank you, all of you who've managed to stay to the bitter end. We will make sure next year there is tea in the afternoon. And although Jeremy will object, air conditioning. So anyway, also thanks to Laura. I don't know if she's in the room now, but for organising this, for bringing it together. It's our second. Yeah. She was here a minute ago and she's gone. It's our second international conference. We're having an annual conference. Our last one was in November, and we did plan on having one in November this year, but we felt sure there would be a general election in November. Little did we know. Now, today we've been dealing with really difficult things, really kind of tragic subjects and depressing subjects, but there are rays of hope. And the things that have come out very much today, 3 terms, monsters, that's a term that's been used quite a lot. Mediocrity, particularly in relation to our politicians, and hope. So we had a general election, and there was a little bit of hope from that general election, because obviously we had Jeremy re-elected in Islington North. Now that was despite Labour sending messages, worried messages to get everybody down to Islington North to stop this dangerous man from being elected again. But you know, socialists, we're very strong, we're very resilient, and we got Jeremy elected again, so that's great. So with monsters, you will probably all be very aware of that young Italian back in the 20s who said, now is the time of monsters. And he was talking at the time of a new world, that the old world was dying and a new world was trying to be born. And that was a time of real upheaval, of politicians who were warmongering, of a time of a rise of fascism. And it's very hard not to think that we're in a similar situation, isn't it? So there was also the term mediocrity. And the problem is we're at a time where we have, I think, the worst politicians, bar some, of course, that we've had in pretty much my adult time that I've been aware of politics. And mediocrity breeds monsters, I think. People who are incompetent, people who don't have principles, people who don't have values, ideas. They resort to authoritarianism. And we're seeing that, aren't we? Barely weeks that we've had a Labour government and what they're doing. So today was an international conference, but it's overlapped or intertwined very much with what's happening domestically. And I think Jeremy said at the start of the day that we would also next year think about both an international and a domestic conference, basically, for what's going on nationally. And I think we have to do that. So I'm a director of the Peace and Justice Project, but in my day job, I work at Harrow Law Centre. And Harrow is one of the most diverse boroughs in the UK, in Europe, in fact. And I'm very much aware that what happens internationally impacts on the community that I work with, because people have come from war-torn countries like Afghanistan, Syria, Sudan, but also they still have family, in Palestine, and people have lost many members of their family. They've lost their homes, etc. So you can't separate the two. But also when we heard from some of the panelists today that the amount of money that is spent on arms, on wars, that money could be used to pay people a decent pension, to pay people a decent, have decent housing. Now, the world really is turned upside down at the moment because we have Labour who are behaving not at all like Labour. And there's really kind of people are feeling a sense of what do we do now? And one of the things is coming together like this so that we can share ideas, that we can share our hopes for the future. I have to say, I had a very funny experience yesterday when I was talking to the deputy leader of Harrow Council, who is a Tory, a very right-wing Tory. And she said to me, we were talking about a campaign we've got locally about trying to stop regentrification. And she was largely agreeing with me. And she said, we don't like all this housing that's too expensive. We want a massive programme of council housing, of social housing. Okay. I'm not a Tory, I'll never be a Tory, but this is really confusing. And then she said, I know we're known as the nasty party, and sometimes it's true, but really, I've never known such a nasty government as this, have you? And I had to agree with a Tory the first time in my life. But anyway, that's the situation that we're in. So the conference today, I won't talk for too long because I know everybody's probably tired and hungry and needing a cup of tea. I'll bear that in mind for next time. And so I'm going to move on now. I do also have to give thanks, though, to Vijay, because he started this morning with a very kind of provocative speech, but also with humour. And he's ended today in the same way with humour. And we need that when we're dealing with these really difficult situations, with politics that has gone absolutely mad, that we still need to remember that we can have fun and humour when we're discussing these things. So thanks to Vijay. And also thank you to all the staff at Queen Mary's. I was trying to find out if they're in a union while I was outside, but I stopped. So I don't know, I'm hoping they're unionised. So now I'm going to move on to our next speaker. And I'm really pleased to introduce Erkan Baz, who is the president of the Turkish Workers' Party, which is TIP. And TIP is one of the parties in the left-wing electoral coalition, the Labour and Freedom Alliance. And Erkan Bas represents Istanbul, where he grew up and studied as an MP in the Turkish parliament. His party this is why I don't write speeches, because I can't read the writing, even with glasses, so you'll have to forgive me. I'll sit down and I'll see it probably a bit easier. I'm sorry, Erkan. Okay. His party is a fierce opponent of President Erdogan, which is great, and his regime. And TIP is anti-capitalist, good, anti-imperialist, good, and against all forms of exploitation, oppression, and discrimination. Yeah, very much so. The party supports a secular society and democratic society and advocates for the rights of the Kurdish people, women, and LGBT groups. Thank you so much for joining us, Erkan, and I'm going to hand over to you now. Thank you so much.
Sevgili yoldaşlar, hepinizi şahsım ve Türkiye İşçi Partisi adına sevgiyle selamlıyorum. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Dear comrades, I would like to embrace every single one of you on behalf of myself and my party.
Uluslararası barış ve adalet mücadelesine katkı sunacak bu konferansta sizlerle birlikte olmaktan duyduğum mutluluğu ifade ederek başlamak istiyorum.
I would like to start by expressing how happy I am that I'm a part of this conference that helps the international peace and justice movement.
Fakat aynı zamanda yüreğimizde hissettiğimiz bir acıyı ve saygıyı ifade ederek başlamam gerekiyor.
However, I would also have to begin by expressing a pain that we deeply feel in our hearts.
ABD vatandaşı Türkiye'li sosyalist Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi, dayanışma için bulunduğu Batı Şeria'da İsrail'in keskin nişancıları tarafından vurularak hayatını kaybetti. Bugün biz buradayken yoldaşlarımız Ezgi'nin cenaze töreninde ve aynı zamanda İstanbul'da İsrail Başkonsolosluğu önünde onun mücadelesini sürdürme kararlılığını ifade ettiler. Ben de buradan Ayşe Ezgi yoldaşımızı bir kez daha anarken tüm dünyada barış ve adalet egemen olana, Filistin özgür olana kadar mücadele devam edecek sözünü yenilemek istiyorum.
Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi, and a Turkish American socialist who was recently murdered by Israeli snipers when she was there as for solidarity in the West Bank. Currently, while we are here, our comrades in Turkey are carrying out her funeral and also protesting in front of the Israel embassy. And while we are here, I would like to promise Ayşenur Ezgi something, our comrade Ayşenur Ezgi, until peace and justice rules in the world, until Palestine is free, our struggle will continue.
Ortak mücadelemizin uluslararası boyutuna ilişkin son derece verimli konuşmalar yapıldı. Ben de şunu ifade edeceğim. Barış ve adalet bizim ülkemizde de en önemli mücadele başlıklarımızın arasında bulunuyor.
Very important talks. We heard very important talks today in terms of the international aspect of the struggle. And here I would like to briefly say that peace and justice is also the most important agendas in our country as well.
Türkiye uzun yıllardır bir iç savaş yaşıyor. Kürt halkının eşitlik ve özgürlük mücadelesi ülkemizde barış mücadelesinin en önemli başlıklarından bir tanesi.
Everyone heard it. Everyone heard you.
So a de facto civil war has been going on in Turkey for a long time now. The struggle for equality and freedom of the Kurdish people is one of the biggest agendas of peace in Turkey at the moment.
Yaşadığımız ülke belki de merkezinde bulunduğumuz coğrafya uzun yıllardır dünyanın en önemli savaş merkezlerinden biri haline gelmiş durumda. Yugoslavya, Irak, Afganistan, Suriye'de emperyalistlerin doğrudan ve dolaylı aldığı savaşlar Türkiye'yi de doğrudan etkilemektedir.
So the geography that we're in, Turkey, has been the center of war for so many years, so many decades now. Yugoslavia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and all of these wars that imperialists have been directly or indirectly have led. And all of these wars affect our country as well.
Ülkemizdeki iktidar maalesef Afganistan, Libya, Yugoslavya'da asker bulundurduğu gibi sınır ötesi operasyonları da sıklıkla yürüten bir iktidar.
The current ruling party in our country is undergoing cross-border operations in Afghanistan, Libya, and the geography of Yugoslavia.
Bu kapsamda bizim için anti-emperyalist mücadele, barış mücadelemizin en önemli başlıkları arasında yer alıyor.
Therefore, the anti-imperialist struggle, which also equals peace in our minds, is also one of the top items in our agenda.
Mücadelemizin basit bir formülü var. Mecliste ve sokakta Türk askerinin sınır ötesi herhangi bir operasyona katılmasına kesin olarak karşı duruyoruz. Tezkerelere hayır oyu kullanıyoruz. Türkiye'de herhangi bir yabancı askerin, özellikle ABD ve NATO askerlerinin gelmesine kesin olarak karşı duruyoruz.
We have a very simple formula for this. So both in the parliament and out there on the street, we reject the cross-borders operations of the Turkish military, and we also reject the military presence of any other nation, including NATO member states as well.
Bravo. Üzülerek ifade etmem gerekiyor ki Türkiye'de 22 yıldır iktidarda bulunan partinin adında adalet kelimesi var.
It is sad and ironic that the ruling party in Turkey, who's been in power for 22 years, has justice in its name.
Adaletin tümüyle yok edildiği bir ülkede adında adalet olan bir parti iktidarda.
So in a country where justice has been eradicated completely, a party that has justice in its name is ruling since over 2 decades.
Ve maalesef dünyayı, Avrupa'yı yönetenler, sermaye çevreleri bu iktidarın en büyük destekçileri arasında ve bizim dünyadaki yönetenlerden, sermaye çevrelerinden hiçbir beklentimiz olmadığının altını çizerek konuşmak istiyorum.
And the ruling elites of the world, as well as the capital of the world, they are the biggest supporter of this ruling party in Turkey. And I should make this clear that we have no expectation whatsoever from any of these people or organizations.
Fakat uluslararası ilerici güçlerle sizlerle paylaşmak istediklerimiz var.
However, we do like to share things with you, who we see as the international progressive forces of the world.
Türkiye, Avrupa'nın göçmen deposu ve ucuz iş gücü cenneti olduğu için gerektiğinde ucuz asker olarak kullanılabilecek büyük bir genç nüfusa sahip olduğu için tüm antidemokratik uygulamalar hasır altı ediliyor, görmezden geliniyor.
Because Turkey is the sort of the immigrant and refugee warehouse of the world, and in fact the center of cheap labor in the world, and it can in fact be used as cheap military force when needed. We feel that all of these injustices in the country are overlooked.
23 yıllık iktidar döneminde en zengin %1'in serveti toplam servetin %43'ü haline geldi.
Ever since the current government came into power, so this has been for 23 years, the 1% of, 42% of the capital has been at the grasp of 1% of the population.
Çalışma saatleri uzadı, ücretler düştü. Türkiye'de bir aylık asgari ücret 395 sterlin, bir aylık emekli maaşı 280 sterlin.
So the working hours has grown long while wages have fallen drastically, and currently the minimum wage in Turkey equals roughly to 395 pounds. That's a monthly figure, not weekly. And the pensions are 280 pounds. Again, that's a monthly figure.
Herhangi bir işçi sendikaya üye olma girişiminde bulunduğunda o iş yerinde sendikanın yetki alması ortalama 2 yıl sürüyor.
When a worker decides to join a union, that workplace, it takes 2 years for that workplace to be enrolled in trade union membership.
Ve genellikle bu 2 yıl içerisinde zaten sendika üye olan işçilerin çok büyük bölümü işten atılmış oluyor.
And within that 2 years, many of those workers who become members of trade unions are, well, their contracts are terminated anyway.
Adaletsizliğin çarpıcı örneklerinden birisi de iş cinayetleri. İş kazası değil, iş cinayeti.
Another stark example of injustice in Turkey is not workplace accidents, but workplace homicides, really.
22 yılda bu iktidar döneminde
in the past 22 years where the current government has ruled,
33.679 işçi hayatını kaybetti iş kazasında.
33,679 workers have died in workplace-related, again, accident/homicides.
Bu kadar ağır sömürüyü sürdürebilmenin tek yolu baskıcı ve otoriter bir iktidar haline gelmektir.
In order to further this type of exploitation, the only thing you can really do is become an authoritarian regime.
Toplumun susturulması, pek çok siyasinin cezaevlerine atılmasının temel nedenlerinden bir tanesi budur.
Silence the society, imprison anyone, any dissident who raise voices.
Pek çok siyasi tutsak yanı sıra iktidar yanlarının işledikleri adi suçlarda bile açık taraflı bir yargı sistemi var.
In Turkey, we currently have a partisan judiciary, really, and that acts pro-government, even in the cases where pro-government people have committed serious offenses.
Abartmadan söylüyorum, her gün birkaç hukuk skandalıyla karşı karşıyayız.
I'm not even exaggerating when I say that every day we witness either one or more scandals of law in Turkey.
Son olarak size Hatay'dan söz etmek istiyorum.
Finally, I would like to talk about the province of Hatay.
Hatay, Türkiye'nin Suriye sınırındaki en güney kenti.
Hatay is right by the Syrian border.
Deprem 6 Şubat 2023'te çok ağır bir depremi en şiddetli biçimde yaşayan kent.
It was also severely affected by the earthquakes last year in February that took place in Turkey and Syria.
Biz geçtiğimiz genel seçimlerde Hatay'dan milletvekili adayı olarak Gezi direnişi Türkiye'de, parantez açalım. Gezi direnişi Türkiye'de 10 milyondan fazla insanın bu iktidara karşı sokağa çıktığı büyük bir direnişti.
So last year, from Hatay, we entered into parliament an MP, and this MP was imprisoned because he was supporting the Gezi Park movement. And for those of you who are not familiar with this, Gezi Park movement happened 10 years ago, and it was a massive protest against the government where 10 million people took to the streets in Turkey.
Gezi direnişi nedeniyle yargılanan fakat hakkında henüz bir ceza verilmemesine rağmen cezaevinde bulunan avukat Can Atalay'ı milletvekili adayı gösterdik.
Our MP was attorney Can Atalay. He was jailed pending trial, but he had not been adjudicated yet.
Aday olabildi. Yani aday olmasına resmi kurumlar izin verdiler.
The official authorities enabled him becoming a candidate. Thank you.
Bu milletvekili olabileceğini gösteriyordu zaten. Aday olabiliyorsa seçilebilir.
So this was directly, this meant that he could also be chosen an MP.
Çok ağır bir deprem yaşayan Hatay halkı Can'ı oylarıyla milletvekili seçti.
Hatay had undergone a terrible tragedy with the earthquake, and they elected Can Atalay as their MP.
Yüksek Seçim Kurulu seçildiğini kabul etti, mazbatasını avukatlarına teslim etti.
And the Supreme Committee of Elections in Turkey accepted him being elected.
Türkiye Büyük Millet Meclisi'ne kaydı yapıldı.
And he was enrolled in the parliament in Turkey.
İnsan Hakları Komisyonu'na oy birliğiyle seçildi.
He was also selected in the Human Rights Committee of the Parliament,
Fakat hala cezaevinde.
but he's still imprisoned.
En üst mahkeme hakkında 3 kez salı verilmesi kararı verdi. Anayasa Mahkemesi.
The Constitution Court, which is the highest court in Turkey, demanded his immediate release 3 times.
Ve hala cezaevinde 1,5 yıldır cezaevinde tutuluyor.
But he's still in prison since a year and a half.
Can Atalay bizim için Türkiye'deki barış ve adalet mücadelesinin simgelerinden bir tanesi.
Can Atalay is Can Atalay is one of the symbols of the peace and justice movement in Turkey.
Tüm siyasi tutsakların özgürlüğüne, barışa ve adalete giden mücadelenin ilk adımlarından bir tanesi Can Atalay'ın cezaevinden tahliye edilmesi olacak.
So one of the first steps of the release of all political prisoners will be the release of Can Atalay from prison.
Bu konuda uluslararası güçlerin dayanışmasına çok ihtiyacımız olduğunu da paylaşmak isterim.
And we're counting towards the solidarity of international progressive forces in this matter.
Hepinize çok teşekkür ediyorum.
I would like to thank you all.
Bu güzel dünya zenginlere ve zenginlere hizmet edecek siyasetçilere bırakılmayacak kadar bize ait.
This is a beautiful world that shouldn't be left to the wealthy and to the politicians who serve capital.
Tüm evrene, doğamıza, derimize, ağaçlarımıza, hayvanlara, canlılığa ve insanlığa hep beraber başarabiliriz diyorum. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
I would like to salute the whole universe, our nature, our trees, every living being, and would like to once again thank you everyone for being here.
Bizi davet ederek buluşturan sevgili Jeremy'ye de özel olarak teşekkürlerimi iletmek istiyorum ve sözü kendisine bırakıyorum.
I would especially like to thank Jeremy, who made possible us coming here by inviting us, and would like to give him the word. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So I don't really need to introduce our next guest, our next speaker, do I? But before I do, I will just say, I forgot to say thank you to all the other staff from Peace and Justice Project who've been working behind the scenes to make this happen. So in particular, there's Artin and Sam and Sinead who've been just ensuring everything goes smoothly. So thanks to them as well. Thank you. And now for the very final comments of the day, I'll hand over to Jeremy.
Thank you, Pamela. And Ergan, it was great today and fantastic to hear you. Again, thank you also for coming to Islington North and helping in the election campaign, because that was real international solidarity. I want to just put on record my thanks to everyone that put today's event together. The PJP team of Sam, Artin, Sinead, Carrie, James, and Laura, who's our international director, who spearheaded all the arrangements for today's event. So, Laura, thank you very, very much for everything you've done today and brought about this great international conference. And as Pamela was just saying, that in next year, I'll be suggesting that we turn this into a 2-day conference, which will deal then with national issues and so on, and we'll have a wider discussion on economic issues. This year, we reduced the number of panels and increased the amount of time that people can ask questions and speak, and that's been great. But please do fill in the feedback forms, because we do want to have some real feedback on what you thought was good, what was interesting, what was new to you, and then we can improve this for the future. Because the PJP exists for lots and lots of reasons. But I want to say a huge thank you to all those that have spoken today. Fantastic speeches have been given from Penny, from Baka, who in the opening session, from Andrew Lindsay, and Bilak Shami and Vijay in the second session, Sarah Backer again, Fran and Patricia and Danielle in the other session. I want to say a particular thank you to Sarah, who just arrived from the USA this morning to speak here today. I know you were a flight attendant, so you're used to. She used to work as a flight attendant, and now she's a passenger on the planes. But thank you so much for coming. And to me, you bring that incredible spirit of the radical, real trade unionism of the United States. So thank you, Sarah, for coming. And we look forward to working with you in the future. And to Professor David White for the work that he's done and all the efforts that he's put in, again, behind the scenes, have been a great help here. And also a big thank you to the team of volunteers. There's 10, 12 volunteers here, and there are some of those like Marion and Talal, Stephanie and others who volunteer regularly and frequently in the PJP and help us to put on particular events, because we do try to, thank you to all of them, we do try to put on a lot of Zoom type events. So when something happens, such as the blow up in Bangladesh or such as the war in the Congo, we then do bring people in by having big Zoom calls, big discussions, and all of those are designed to end in a campaigning point about what people actually do at the end of the event, because that, to me, is the most important thing. Learning about things, talking about things, understanding about things is great. You can't do anything without doing that, but you have to take it a stage further and make sure that there is a campaigning initiative from that. And that's what we'll be developing in greater levels of participation. Today, we've had a good attendance here at this wonderful setting at Queen Mary University, but we've had 17,000 people online. And I want to thank political colleagues who came here today, who've been through the mill of election campaigns recently. First of all, to Danielle Obono, who was re-elected to the National Assembly in France and defeated the far right, defeated the fascists in doing that. And she's a good friend and a good comrade and a good colleague. And others who fought the election campaign recently as principled socialist independents. My good friend Claudia Webb over here, who was the MP for Leicester East, Pamela, who fought in Harrow, Andrew fought in Camden, and all others that put in that effort. And to tell you what, we've now got an independent group of 5 of us in Parliament. By the way, it's bigger than the Reform group. And that gives us a basis and a strength. And so I see over the next few months an awful lot of people coming together for peace in Gaza, coming together to support the Palestinian people, coming together to try to bring an end to the war in Ukraine. And of course, in Sudan, in Congo, West Papua, Yemen, and other places, and using our book, The Monstrous Anger of the Guns, as a way of getting people to discuss the heart of the issue. Where there's death, there's money. Where there's wars, there's money to be made. And the millions and billions that have been made out of the deaths of so many people in Gaza, over the deaths of conscripted soldiers on both sides between Ukraine and Russia. That is the price of war. There has to be an alternative to it. And when this country is heading into cutting welfare, new levels of austerity, cutting the winter fuel allowance, not investing what's needed in health and education and in housing, and instead putting more money into a new generation of nuclear weapons and increased arms expenditure. Something is going wrong somewhere. If we're to deal with people's issues, then you have to deal with it by redistribution of wealth and power. And that is fundamentally what I think we are really all about in our campaigning work. Today's event attracted all of you here, and I'm grateful to every single one of you for coming. Costs involved in travel and so on are huge. But we also had 17,000 people watching online this afternoon and listening to what's been said. So those of you online, hi. You're not forgotten. You're absolutely here. Give a cheer to all the online people. So all the onliners are getting the thanks that they absolutely deserve. And so our project, the Peace and Justice Project, was set up to be a place where people could come who felt they were being politically dehomed, shall we say, and politically neglected. It's a big, broad tent with a very strong roof, and that's what we're here for, to give that space for campaigns, for organisation and development. And we are bringing people together all over the country to provide that alternative voice that has to be heard. There cannot only be one show in town, which is neoliberal economics, poverty, food banks, homelessness, and stress and the mental health crisis that we face. There has to be a political alternative on offer. Just as much as we want to do it in this country, we also want to support those people globally. So our support for radical movements in Brazil and support for President Lula in his campaign for election, just as much as we supported in Colombia, Honduras, and other places, and our work with good comrades through Progressive International. Huge thank you to Varsha for being here today. Again, somebody arrived on another very long journey, this time the other way from India to be here. It is that international solidarity that is so very, very important. And so I want you all to have found, I hope found today useful and interesting, but above all, make your suggestions, make your campaigns of how we can bring things together. We're taking Monstrous Anger of the Guns, as we've taken the poetry book and others, on tours where we'll get as many authors as we can together, discuss the contents of the book, have those often complicated debates with people. But at the end of the day, when we've had those debates about the kind of society we want to live in and the corruption that the arms trade brings, then we're all the stronger for it. And so it is something that we've done that I'm particularly proud that we've achieved on that. And so we're going to be doing all of that. And I just want to finish with, if I may, there's always some great words of poetry that I think are always essential in any political meeting. You can't have bread without roses too. It is about imagination. It is about artistic endeavor. It is about recognizing the enormous struggles that people have been through all through the world. This book is designed to cover poetry from all around the world, from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia, from all parts of Europe, and of course, including this country as well. They're poems about struggle, they're poems about nature, they're poems about love, and they're poems about romance. But I think one of the greatest poets we've ever had was Shelley, when he wrote The Mask of Anarchy, and he concluded with, "Rise like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number, shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few." Thank you very much.